Chapter 2182. What else do you want? The two of them glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. Chop off your hand. Qin Feiyang said. What? The two of them trembled. Chopping off their hands was nothing. They could be reborn after taking the divine elixir of life. But they couldn't stand the humiliation. Qin Feiyang said coldly, "Do you want me to do it myself? Don't push us too far." The two of them shouted. "How dare you touch my woman? Not to mention bullying you, even the families behind you won't be able to withstand my wrath." Qin Feiyang shouted, his eyes filled with killing intent. The two of them trembled. Yes. Even the Feng family was defeated by him, let alone their families. Qin Feiyang said, "I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to chop or not?" Chop, chop, chop. The two of them nodded and took out a dagger from their interspatial rings. They clenched their teeth and cut their wrists. Crack. Blood gushed out and dyed the ground red. Qin Feiyang nodded his head in satisfaction. He looked at Fatty Yuan who was standing in front of him, and an undetectable smile flashed through his eyes. At the same time, Fatso Yuan also smiled at Qin Feiyang. However, the two of them didn't say anything. "Let's go." Qin Feiyang held the mermaid princess's hand and walked away. Seeing Qin Feiyang so close, Shang Guanqiu couldn't help but feel disappointed. However, it quickly dissipated, and then he quickly left the jade shop. How dare he mess with Jiang Haotian's woman? He's really arrogant. He finally hit a wall this time. Let's see if he dares to act like a tyrant in Sky Dragon City. After Qin Feiyang and the other two left, the people inside and outside immediately looked at the two of them with gloating eyes. It's not like that. Jiang Haotian is being unreasonable. The two of them shouted hysterically. Jiang Haotian is being unreasonable? Young Master Li, young Master Wang, it seems that you really don't know that woman's identity. Let me tell you, she had already appeared before senior brother Jiang entered Nine Heavens Palace. Furthermore, at that time, she was already senior brother Jiang's woman. The disciples of Nine Heavens Palace were also watching the show, and when they saw the two of them complaining about being wronged, they couldn't help but reveal the truth. What? She has long been Jiang Haotian's woman? So you're saying that we were tricked by Jiang Haotian? Young Master Li and the young man looked at each other. Plotting against you? Don't be naive. What qualifications do you have for senior brother Jiang to scheme against you? You guys overestimated yourselves and provoked his woman. That's why he taught you guys a lesson. You should be satisfied. After all, you didn't lose your lives because of this. After the Nine Heavens Palace's disciples finished speaking, they left with sneers on their faces. So she was originally Jiang Haotian's woman. No wonder she accepted Jiang Haotian's confession. Only then did everyone come to a realization. However, young Master Li and young Master Li both had long faces. Why were they so unlucky? They had provoked this vicious person. Sigh. We lost a peak divine artifact. How are we going to explain this when we return? The two of them got up in a sorry state and walked out with their tails between their legs. Wait. However, at this moment, Fatso spoke up. What? The two of them turned back to look at him. Fatso said, "Of course, it's to settle the divine crystals for the twin dragon pendant." The two of them were stunned and immediately said angrily, "Isn't the twin dragon pendant in Jiang Haotian's hands right now? Why are you still asking us for divine crystals?" Nonsense. It's not like I gave it to Jiang Haotian. It's you guys. Moreover, everyone here saw with their own eyes that I personally handed the twin dragon pendant to you. If I don't ask you for divine crystals now, who else can I ask? Fatso said. Young Master Li said angrily, "But we also used two peak divine artifacts." Yes. You used two peak divine artifacts as collateral. But did I take them? No way. In fact, I didn't even touch them from the beginning to the end. Since I didn't take them, then this collateral can't be counted. Fatso said. You're extorting us. The two of them glared at Fatso angrily. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say such things carelessly. Everyone is watching. How is this extortion? In short, if you don't settle the bill today, don't even think about leaving. Men. Fatso shouted. Several burly men immediately ran out from the side door. Drag them to the back and inform the Li family and the Wang family. Tell them to bring the divine crystals to ransom them. Fatso said. Yes. The burly men nodded. Young Master Li and young Master Li felt bitter. Not only were their hands chopped off in front of everyone, they were humiliated and lost a peak divine artifact. Now, they had to pay 500 billion divine crystals. What a huge loss. On the street, Qin Feiyang walked expressionlessly. The mermaid princess leaned on Qin Feiyang's shoulder like a little bird. Their hands were tightly clasped together. What's wrong? You haven't said a word since you came out. Shangguan Qiu looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. You're still asking me? Qin Feiyang was instantly annoyed. What do you mean? Shangguan Qiu was confused. Qin Feiyang stopped and looked at Shangguan Qiu. He said angrily, I trusted you with her, but how did you take care of her? How could you let those two pieces of trash touch her? Shangguan Qiu's face froze. The mermaid princess said, Brother Tian, you can't blame Sister Shangguan. Those two are too shameless. Shut up. Qin Feiyang scowled. The mermaid princess stuck out her tongue and stood obediently beside Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at Shangguan Qiu and said, Let me tell you. Fortunately, we're friends. Otherwise, I wouldn't let you go. Fine. You're good. I can't afford to offend you. Goodbye. No, never see you again. Shangguan Qiu was also angry. He roared and turned to leave angrily. Sister Shangguan. The mermaid princess panicked and hurried to chase after him. Don't chase him. Qin Feiyang pulled her back. What are you doing? It's not Sister Shangguan's fault. The mermaid princess said unhappily. I know it's not her fault. I've been following you and saw the whole thing. Qin Feiyang said. The mermaid princess was puzzled. Then why are you so fierce to her? Qin Feiyang said, It's all because of your nonsense. I'm nonsense. The mermaid princess was even more puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, Old Zhao told me everything. The mermaid princess was stunned and muttered, He's too talkative. You call that talkative? Old Zhao is doing it for our own good. Qin Feiyang said. The mermaid princess frowned and said, That's not nonsense. You. Qin Feiyang angrily knocked on the mermaid princess's forehead and sighed. You know that I can't accept any other woman in my heart except for you. How would you know if you don't try? The mermaid princess still gave up. What's wrong with you? Isn't it good to have such a devoted man? Why do you have to push me into the arms of other women? If you really want to do that, fine. I'll love every woman I see in the future. Qin Feiyang said angrily. Don't be angry. I don't really want to push you into the arms of other women. You see, even if it's an outstanding woman like Shangguan Qiu, I still have to observe her first. The mermaid princess said with a smile. Don't think so much. Your man's name is Qin Feiyang. Does he need to rely on women to survive in the ancient world? Qin Feiyang secretly snorted. Yes, yes, yes. You can do it. I was wrong, okay? I promise. I won't do it again. The mermaid princess raised her hand and said, You. Qin Feiyang glared at her, then a smile crept onto his face as he said, Were you moved by my confession just now? Yes. But also very surprised. How can a blockhead like you think of such a mushy thing? The mermaid princess giggled. Qin Feiyang grinned and said, I also admire myself. If it were in the past, I would never have said such a thing. Yes, that's rare. The mermaid princess nodded and felt happy. Actually, I confessed to you because I wanted to let those trash know that you're my woman, so that they won't harass you in the future. Secondly, I wanted to tell Shangguan Qiu that it's impossible between me and her. As you said, she's a good woman. She can't be ruined by me. She deserves a better home. Qin Feiyang said. The mermaid princess nodded. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, Let me tell you another secret. What secret? The mermaid princess was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, Actually, I ordered Fatso to do those things before. You ordered him to do that? The mermaid princess was stunned. Yes. Since they dared to have improper thoughts about my woman, they have to pay a price. So I secretly asked Fatso to provoke young Master Li and Shangguan Qiu, and then come out to teach them a lesson. Qin Feiyang said. I see. No wonder you and he had a strange look in your eyes when you left. So you've already colluded with each other. The mermaid princess suddenly understood. Those two are stupid. They were really angered by Fatso and took out 2 peak-level divine artifacts. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The mermaid princess asked, Did you and Fatso know each other before? No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. If you don't know each other, why would he help you? And it doesn't seem to be good for him. The mermaid princess was puzzled. Silly girl. You've been shopping with Shangguan Qiu for so long. Don't you know your man's status in the northern region? As long as I say the word, who won't help? Qin Feiyang said proudly. Look at how proud you are. The mermaid princess rolled her eyes. Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, As for the benefits, of course there are. What benefits? The mermaid princess was suspicious. This twin dragon pendant is indeed extraordinary, but it's not worth 500 billion. At most, it's worth 200 billion. And now, young Master Li and Shangguan Qiu are going to pay him 500 billion divine crystals. This is several times the profit. Of course he's happy. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Wait. Why don't I understand? Aren't the twin dragon pendant in our hands now? The mermaid princess said. You don't admit that you're stupid. Think about it, who gave me the twin dragon pendant? It's young Master Li and Shangguan Qiu. Now that I've taken the twin dragon pendant, Fatso must be going to them to pay the bill, Qin Feiyang said. So that's how it is. The mermaid princess suddenly understood. I like your kindness and innocence, so don't think about these scheming things. I've already told Fatso what to do. Whether he can get the 500 billion divine crystals in the end will depend on his means. Qin Feiyang said. The mermaid princess looked at Qin Feiyang affectionately and suddenly giggled. Well, I'll have you for everything. From now on, I'll be responsible for being a naive and happy little woman. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Let's go. I'll show you around. Okay. The mermaid princess nodded. Her obedient appearance made Qin Feiyang like her even more. His eyes were full of love for the mermaid princess. Fupin Chinese. Chapter 2183. Treasure Pavilion. Bastard, bastard, you're such a bastard. Shangguan Qiu was lying on the desk, crying and cursing at the same time. Her face was full of grievance. Little Qiu, what are you doing? All of a sudden, a faint laugh was heard. As the laughter ended, an old man with white hair and a walking stick appeared in front of the desk out of thin air. Deputy Pavilion Master. Shangguan Qiu quickly stood up, wiped away her tears, tidied herself up, and bowed to him. Why are you crying at such an old age? Did someone bully you? Tell me, I'll go and settle the score with him. The Deputy Pavilion Master said angrily. No, no. Shangguan Qiu quickly waved her hands. Silly girl, do you think I don't know? If I didn't know, I wouldn't have come to comfort you. The Deputy Pavilion Master sighed, his eyes full of heartache. Shangguan Qiu was stunned and frowned. Sir, did you send someone to follow me? Follow? Do you think I have the time? You were scolded by Jiang Haotian on the street. There were so many people watching. How could I not know? The Deputy Pavilion Master said unhappily. Shangguan Qiu hurriedly said, I'm sorry, sir, I thought too much. It's okay. The Deputy Pavilion Master waved his hand and sat by the tea table. Come and sit down. Shangguan Qiu quickly walked to the tea table and sat opposite the Deputy Pavilion Master. The Deputy Pavilion Master asked, Tell me honestly, do you really like Jiang Haotian? Shangguan Qiu's body stiffened. The Deputy Pavilion Master smiled. Just tell me, don't be shy. Shangguan Qiu hesitated for a while and said, I don't know. If you like him, you like him. If you don't like him, you don't like him. What's there to be confused about? The Deputy Pavilion Master looked at her suspiciously. It's hard to describe this feeling. Shangguan Qiu said. The Deputy Pavilion Master was stunned and asked curiously, Tell me about it. I've been there before, I can help you. When I first met him, I didn't like him. Instead, I was a little disgusted. Because he's a little arrogant and doesn't put anyone in his heart. He's always full of confidence as if victory is in his grasp. But later on, after getting along with him, I realized that he actually has many good points. For example, he's loyal, and smart. Especially when he was dealing with the Foam clan. His calm and composed attitude in the face of danger made me gradually admire him. But it's just appreciation. Even though there were countless rumors about what happened between me and him later, I didn't take it to heart. But during the 5 years he disappeared, I couldn't help but think of him every night. And it's getting stronger each time. Now that I think about it, I've seen countless handsome young men in the treasure pavilion over the years, but I've never seen a man make me feel this way. Shangguan Qiu said softly. The vice pavilion master pondered for a while and asked, "How did you feel when he appeared in front of you after disappearing for 5 years?" Shangguan Qiu said, "When I returned to the study in the afternoon, I saw him sitting by the coffee table. I was very happy." The vice pavilion master said, "How did you feel when you heard him confess to that girl in the jade shop?" "Very disappointed and melancholy." Shangguan Qiu said. The vice pavilion master said, "And then on the street, he blamed you. You felt wronged and sad, right?" Shangguan Qiu nodded. "Silly girl. That's because you like him." The vice pavilion master sighed. "Is that what it means to like someone?" Shangguan Qiu murmured. "So this is how it feels to like someone. Actually, as early as 5 years ago, I wanted to matchmake you too, but he rejected me directly. The reason is that he already has someone in his heart. And this time, when he confessed to that girl in public, he's indirectly telling you that he won't like another girl." The vice pavilion master said. "So that's how it is. How shameless. Who would like him?" Shangguan Qiu said disdainfully. "You're such a stubborn girl. But it's not too late to turn back now. Although I don't have much contact with Jiang Haotian, I can tell that he's a very infatuated person. So, it's impossible between you and him. If you insist, you'll be the one who gets hurt. This is not what your master and I want to see. We all want you to be happy and happy." The vice pavilion master smiled. Shangguan Qiu said, "Thank you for your concern. Girl, you're so beautiful and capable. The people who like you can line up from here to Empyrean Palace. There's no need to be sad for him. It's better for you and him to let go as soon as possible." The vice pavilion master said. "Line up from here to Empyrean Palace?" Shangguan Qiu blushed. She lowered her head and said, "Sir, is it so exaggerated? I'm being conservative, so it's not exaggerated at all." The vice pavilion master smiled. Shangguan Qiu was quite embarrassed. She got up and said gratefully, "Thank you for your advice, sir. I'll think about it seriously." "Think about it." The vice pavilion master was stunned. Wasn't he clear enough? He wanted her to let go, not think about it. Wait a minute. Could it be that this girl's feelings for Jiang Haotian were deeper than he thought? So she had no choice but to make a decision immediately? Don't say. That was really possible. After all, it was 5 years of lovesickness. This kind of feeling, perhaps even this girl herself didn't realize it. That was not a good thing. "Sir, I'll get back to work." Shangguan Qiu smiled, turned around, and walked out of the study quickly. The vice pavilion master wanted to stop her and persuade her, but he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. "Forget it. Let the young people deal with their own matters. I don't ask for anything else. I just hope for a perfect ending." The vice pavilion master shook his head and smiled. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess left their footprints in every corner of Sky Dragon City. In any case, for the next 10 days, they didn't think about anything else. They ate, drank, and played. Late at night. South City. In a restaurant. Qin Feiyang stood in front of the window, looking at the moon outside. The mermaid princess nestled in his arms obediently. "Are you happy these days?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. "As long as you're here, no matter what I do, no matter where I am, I'm happy." The mermaid princess nodded. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he couldn't help but tighten his grip on the mermaid princess, as if he was deeply afraid that she would fly away from his embrace. The room became quiet again. Seeing that Qin Feiyang did not speak, the mermaid princess asked suspiciously, "What are you thinking about?" "How about?" Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment and said, "Why don't we get married?" "Get married?" The mermaid princess was stunned. She looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Are you kidding?" "No. Old Zhao is right. You've been so good to me. I should give you an official status," Qin Feiyang said. The mermaid princess looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. To be honest, she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. But then, she lowered her head and fell silent. "What's wrong? You don't want to?" Qin Feiyang asked nervously. "I do. Of course I do," the mermaid princess hurriedly said. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "Then why don't you say anything? I think that marriage is a big event. Parents should be present. But now, we're in the ancient world. Both of our parents are not here. I feel that if we get married now, it won't be perfect," the mermaid princess said. "But," Qin Feiyang frowned, "are you afraid that I'll run away with someone else?" The mermaid princess asked with a smile. "Of course not. I'm such a good man. You won't be able to find one even if you look around," Qin Feiyang said proudly. The mermaid princess didn't refute and just looked at him quietly. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but look embarrassed. He smiled and said, "Well, I admit that I'm a little scared." "You're so stubborn." The mermaid princess rolled her eyes at him and turned to lie in Qin Feiyang's arms. She whispered, "Don't worry, I've already attached myself to you in this life. Even if you want to drive me away, I won't leave." "Thank you." Qin Feiyang was extremely touched. "Fool." The mermaid princess said angrily. "I'm a fool. A fool has a fool's luck." Qin Feiyang laughed mischievously. "You're not serious." The mermaid princess rolled her eyes and said, "Do you think we can go back in the future?" "Of course. I promise you that not only will we be able to go back, but everyone will return to the great Qin Empire alive. Including the ancestors." Qin Feiyang smiled. "I believe you." The mermaid princess nodded. With the beauty in his arms and her fragrance in his nose, Qin Feiyang was a little uneasy. He chuckled and said, "Little girl, it's so quiet in the middle of the night. Should we, bad guy, what are you thinking?" The mermaid princess said angrily, but she didn't have the slightest intention of resisting. Her cheeks were red like a ripe peach. "What do you think I'm thinking?" Qin Feiyang laughed and carried the mermaid princess to the bed next to them. Dong. However, at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, and a burst of anger immediately rose in his heart. Who was so insensible to come and cause trouble in the middle of the night? Seeing the flustered and exasperated Qin Feiyang, the mermaid princess didn't say anything and just looked at him with a smile. Still smiling. "Little girl, let's see how I'll deal with you today." Qin Feiyang threw the mermaid princess on the bed and pounced on her like a hungry wolf. "Someone is looking for you." The mermaid princess was stunned. "Ignore him." Qin Feiyang shook his head. How could he be in the mood to care about other things now? Dong. But at this moment, there was another knock on the door. A row of black lines appeared on Qin Feiyang's forehead. He rushed to the door angrily and opened it, only to see 4 people standing outside. "What are you doing? Don't you know what time it is now? Get lost." Before he could see the 4 people's faces clearly, Qin Feiyang shouted angrily and then closed the door with a bang. The 4 people outside the door looked at each other. What was going on? Looking for someone in the middle of the night, you really don't know how to behave at all. Qin Feiyang shook his head and looked at the mermaid princess lying on the bed, who was looking at him with a smile. He snorted and said, "Don't be complacent. No matter what you say tonight, I won't let you go." After that, he ran to the bed excitedly. Dong. But at this moment, there was another knock on the door. Chapter 2184. Damn you. Qin Feiyang was about to explode. He turned around and walked towards the door with a gloomy face. Mermaid Princess also stood up. She tidied up her messy dress and hair. Then, she stood aside and looked at Qin Feiyang with amusement. Qin Feiyang opened the door and stared at the four of them fiercely. When the four of them saw Qin Feiyang in this state, they couldn't help but feel nervous. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked past the two people in front of him and saw the two people standing behind them. They were two young men in purple. They had extraordinary looks and a hint of arrogance in their expressions. "It's you guys." Qin Feiyang was surprised. That's right. These two people were young Master Li and young Master Wang, who were taught a lesson by Qin Feiyang 10 days ago. The two of them smiled unnaturally at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at the two people in front of him. They were middle-aged men who were neatly dressed. Their eyes were full of vigor and there was a threatening aura between their eyebrows. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "You guys are?" "I'm Wang Dahai. I'm Li Changfeng. Nice to meet you, Brother Jiang." The two of them cupped their hands and smiled. "Wang Dahai? Li Changfeng?" Qin Feiyang mumbled and asked, "You guys are their fathers?" "Yes." The two of them nodded. "What's the matter?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Wang Dahai smiled and said, 10 days ago, these two unfilial sons failed to recognize Brother Jiang and offended you. Therefore, we brought them here specially to ask for your forgiveness." "Ask for your forgiveness?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He sneered and said, "I'm afraid it's not that simple. Come in and talk." After that, Qin Feiyang turned and walked into the tea room. The mermaid princess obediently walked beside him and began to make tea. Wang Dahai and Li Changfeng looked at each other and quickly walked into the room. When they saw the mermaid princess, they were stunned. They immediately understood why Qin Feiyang was so angry. "Little brother, I'm really sorry. We didn't know that you were resting. Why don't we come back tomorrow?" The two hurriedly said. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Since you're already here, just say what you have to say. Then I'll have to trouble you." The two of them cupped their hands and smiled, then walked into the tea room. However, young Master Li and young Master Li stood outside the door without moving. They seemed to be very afraid. "Why are you still standing outside? Come in quickly," Wang Dahai shouted. Their bodies trembled, and they hurriedly ran into the room. Qin Feiyang said, "Close the door." Young Master Li hurriedly turned around and closed the door. Li Changfeng looked at the two of them and said sternly, "Get over here and kneel down to apologize. Big Brother Jiang, I'm sorry. It's all our fault. We won't dare to do it again." That's right. Please forgive us." The two of them hurriedly ran into the tea room, knelt on the floor, and begged. "Enough." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and stopped the two of them. He looked at Wang Dahai and young Master Li and said, "Tell me your real purpose." The two of them looked at each other and bowed. "Little brother Jiang, please be magnanimous and return the two pinnacle divine weapons to us." "I knew it wasn't that simple." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. The two of them laughed dryly, full of flattery. "Pinnacle divine weapons," Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and asked curiously, "Although I don't know the Li family and Wang family well, since you can take out 500 billion divine gems, you must be a famous family in Skydragon City." We're sorry. Our two families are considered one of the 4 major families in Skydragon City." The two of them waved their hands and said, "One of the 4 major families?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and a little surprised. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be so humble." No. In front of little brother Jiang, the 4 major families are not worth mentioning. The two of them laughed. "If you're too humble, you're showing off. Since the two of you are one of the 4 major families in Skydragon City, you definitely don't lack divine weapons. But why are you humbling yourself and asking for them back?" Qin Feiyang said. "Little brother, aren't you asking the obvious? Pinnacle divine weapons are not comparable to perfect divine weapons. There aren't many divine weapons in Skydragon City. Moreover, no one would be willing to sell divine weapons of this grade. So, every pinnacle divine weapon is extremely rare. And our 2 families only have one. You can say that it's the treasure of our families." The two of them said. "Only one?" Qin Feiyang smirked and glanced at young Master Li and Wang Changfeng. He sneered and said, "If there's only one, Would you be willing to give it to these two prodigal sons? Wang Dahai and Wang Changfeng looked at each other and anger flashed in their eyes. How could he call his son a prodigal son in front of his father? What did he think of them? Li Changfeng suppressed his anger and said with a smile, Brother Jiang, what we said is true. We're not lying to you. Are you sure? Qin Feiyang looked at him playfully. I'm sure. Li Changfeng nodded. Good. Although I've left Nine Heaven Palace, there are still many people in Nine Heaven Palace who are friends with me. I'll get them to check on the two of you now. If they find out that you have extra pinnacle divine weapons, give them all to me. Qin Feiyang said. The two of them froze. Actually, I can understand you. After all, pinnacle divine weapons are as rare as you said. However, it won't be easy for me to spit them out once they're in my mouth. Qin Feiyang said plainly. State your conditions. As long as it's within our means, it's fine. Wang Dahai said. Before they came, they had already expected that it wouldn't be easy to get the two divine weapons back from this person. No conditions. In other words, no matter what you say, I won't return them to you. Actually, you should feel lucky. Because with my character, anyone who offends me won't have a good ending. This time, I've only taken away two divine weapons and chopped off their hands. I've already left enough face for both of you. Qin Feiyang said. The two of them couldn't help but frown. Qin Feiyang said plainly, if there's nothing else, please. Wang Dahai said, we're here with sincerity. Qin Feiyang said, didn't I receive you politely? You call this politeness? Wang Dahai was instantly enraged. He said in a low voice, is there really no room for negotiation? Qin Feiyang said, I don't want to repeat myself. Don't go overboard. Don't forget that you're no longer a disciple of Ninth Heaven Palace. Wang Dahai and Wang Dahai couldn't help but stare at Qin Feiyang furiously. So what? Do you dare to attack me because I'm not a disciple of Ninth Heaven Palace? As one of the four major families of Sky Dragon City, you should have many disciples in Ninth Heaven Palace. Then, you must know how I killed Feng Zihon back then. Don't misunderstand. I'm not threatening you. I just want to tell you that it's best to be rational when you speak and do things. Otherwise, you'll bring disaster to your clan. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Disaster to our clan? Wang Dahai and Wang Dahai's pupils contracted. Qin Feiyang pointed to the door and said, take care. I won't send you off. Their faces were as dark as water. Didn't you hear me clearly? Seeing the two of them standing there without moving, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but have a cold look in his eyes. Sigh. The two of them sighed helplessly. They looked at young Master Li and Wang Dahai and said, they have already asked us to leave. Why are you still kneeling? Get up and go home. Young Master Li and young Master Wang quickly got up and followed Wang Dahai and Wang Dahai to the door. But when they reached the door, Wang Dahai and Li Changfeng sneered coldly at the same time. Do it. Immediately after. The two of them shouted in unison. Immediately. Two black-clothed old men appeared beside the mermaid princess out of thin air and grabbed her arms. Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up. The mermaid princess was also panicking. Haha, right at this moment. Wang Dahai and Jiang Haotian laughed heartily. They slowly turned their heads to look at Qin Feiyang and said, Jiang Haotian, how good would it be if you had obediently returned the divine artifact to us? Why did you have to force us to attack? Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and then at the two old men in black. Their auras were unfathomable. They were at least at the monarch god level. He looked at the flustered mermaid princess and comforted her. I'm here. Don't be afraid. It's useless even if you're here. I'm not afraid to tell you now. When we came in, Old Wang and Old Li had already followed us in secretly. It's just that the space divine item they were hiding in was embedded with the soul concealing stone. Young Master Li and young Master Wang were no longer humble. They looked at Qin Feiyang with sneers on their faces. The two old men in black were also sneering. Qin Feiyang glanced at the six of them and said in a deep voice, let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better let her go immediately. What if we don't? Now that she's in our hands, what can you do even if you're extremely capable? Young Master Li and Old Li walked to the mermaid princess and chuckled. Do you know what consequences this will bring to you? Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them gloomily. We don't know. But we know that after you die, we'll definitely take good care of her for you. Young Master Li and Old Li smiled obscenely and emphasized the word take good care. Huff. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath. He didn't want to talk nonsense with these two pieces of trash. He turned to Wang Dahai and Old Li and said, Are you sure you won't let her go? You should be clear about the situation. Now, we have the final say. And you don't even have the right to negotiate with us. But that's not important. Anyway, you have to die. After all, you, Jiang Haotian, are still a threat. Wang Dahai walked leisurely to the front of the coffee table. He sat down on the chair and smiled at Qin Feiyang. Don't talk nonsense with him. Li Changfeng smiled coldly. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Are you going to do it yourself, or should we? Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them with flickering eyes. Suddenly, he said, I'm a little puzzled. Isn't it just two pinnacle divine artifacts? Is there a need to kill me? Of course it's not just those two divine artifacts. Wang Dahai said. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. He asked, Is there any other reason? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Chapter 2185. That's right. Who doesn't know that you have a crimson sword with you and that you can easily cripple Shangguan Fenglan? This crimson sword is very attractive. Wang Dahai smiled and looked at Qin Feiyang with greed on his face. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, I thought there was someone backing you guys up. After all, ordinary people don't have the guts to deal with me. Hearing Qin Feiyang, Wang Dahai and Li Changfeng's faces changed slightly but returned to normal immediately. However, no matter how fast they tried to hide it, Qin Feiyang caught it with his observation skills that he had trained for many years. Could it be that there was someone backing them up? Li Changfeng shouted impatiently, Don't talk nonsense. Quickly end your own life so that you don't have to suffer physical pain. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Changfeng and suddenly let out a long sigh. Why are you sighing? Li Changfeng raised his eyebrows. I'm sighing. Why are there people as stupid as you guys in this world? Of all people, you chose to provoke me. Do you guys really understand my means? Qin Feiyang shook his head and said. If you want to see your woman die in front of you, you can try. Li Changfeng sneered. You guys are so stupid that no medicine can save you. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He said plainly, Weapon spirit, do it. Weapon spirit. The six of them were stunned. Bang! A vast pressure suddenly rushed out from Qin Feiyang's body. In an instant, Wang Dahai and his son, Li Changfeng and his son, as well as the two old men in black, were imprisoned. What? How can his pressure be so terrifying? The six of them turned pale with fright. Swoosh! At the same time, the weapon spirit appeared from the sea of qi and stood beside Qin Feiyang. The blurry figure exuded a shocking aura of death, as though the god of death had descended. Did you see that? This is the difference between us. No matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to do anything to me. Qin Feiyang said with a smile as he looked at the six people. At this moment, how could the six of them still dare to be arrogant? His heart was filled with regret and despair. Who would have thought that there would be such a terrifying expert hiding by his side? Qin Feiyang walked in front of the mermaid princess and pried open the two old men's hands. Then, he looked at the mermaid princess and said, See, this is why I didn't let you stay outside. Don't I have you? The mermaid princess giggled. With a helpless smile, Qin Feiyang asked in concern, You're not frightened, right? With you here, I won't be afraid even if the sky falls. The mermaid princess said. Pick something nice to say. Qin Feiyang was speechless, but his eyes were full of doting. He said, The next scene may be a little bloody. You go to the castle first and wait for me to finish. All right. The mermaid princess nodded. With a wave of Qin Feiyang's hand, the mermaid princess disappeared. Da. At this moment, there was a burst of hurried footsteps outside. Obviously, the pressure of the artifact spirit had alarmed the people in the restaurant. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He gave the artifact spirit a few instructions and sent the artifact spirit and the 6 people to the Black Tortoise realm. The majesty also dissipated. Young Master Jiang, are you there? Soon, an anxious voice sounded from outside. I'm here. Qin Feiyang replied, but did not open the door. The person outside asked, did something happen just now? Nothing. There was a problem when I was cultivating. Qin Feiyang said. Is that so? If there's nothing else, I won't disturb you. The person outside said. Okay. Qin Feiyang replied. However, after the footsteps faded away, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. He then entered the Black Tortoise realm. Above the herb field, the artifact spirit stood against the wind, and the force of death shrouded the area. Li Changfeng and his son, Wang Dahai and his son, and the 2 old men in black were still imprisoned. Their eyes were filled with fear, especially when they saw Qin Feiyang appear. Young Master Li and young Master Wang were so scared that they peed their pants. What's that smell? Qin Feiyang pinched his nose, looked at the 2 of them, and joked, where's the arrogance from before? You peed your pants just because of this. It seems like I'm praising you too much by saying that you're talking nonsense. Don't kill us, this time, we really know our mistake, the 2 of them shouted in horror, and their faces turned pale. 10 days ago, I already let you go. How did you repay me? You even said that you would take care of my woman for me. Are you worthy? Qin Feiyang was disdainful. He turned to the artifact spirit and laughed, take good care of them for me. No problem. The artifact spirit laughed hoarsely, and the force of life and death surged into the bodies of the 2. The 2 of them screamed in agony. The vitality and blood in their bodies were flowing out of their bodies uncontrollably. Jiang Haotian, no, no, no. Brother Jiang, I beg you, this has nothing to do with us. It's our father's plan, just treat us as dogs. Take pity on us and let us go. The 2 of them screamed in despair. Their bodies had shriveled up, and only skin and bones were left. They looked like dried corpses, and it was extremely terrifying. There was no pity on Qin Feiyang's face. He just coldly looked at them. Only when their life force was completely exhausted and they died in despair did he retract his gaze and look at the 2 black-clothed old men. The 2 old men in black panicked. Do you know? You deserve to die more than the 2 of them, because you hurt the woman that I love the most. Qin Feiyang said. How did we hurt her? The 2 of them hurriedly said. You captured her and used her to threaten me. That's the same as hurting her. So, your end will be more miserable than theirs. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and an axe appeared. This was the pinnacle divine artifact that he had snatched from young Master Li. Next, Qin Feiyang waved the axe, and slashed the 2 of them. Flesh and blood fell, and bones broke. The heart-wrenching pain made them wish they were dead. Their screams were even more miserable. After 10 breaths, the 2 of them were cut into 8 pieces, and their blood dyed the void red. The axe was also dripping with blood. After the 2 of them died, Qin Feiyang held the axe and walked towards Wang Dahai and Li Changfeng. Don't come over, I beg you, stay away from us. After witnessing the tragic death of young Master Li and the other 2 old men in black, the 2 of them were terrified to the extreme. This axe is indeed a pinnacle divine artifact. It can even chop the body of an ultimate god into pieces easily. I think it should be more than enough to deal with the 2 of you. Qin Feiyang laughed. You're a devil, Wang Dahai roared. Yes, I'm a devil. The 2 of you are stupid. You've angered a devil. So, just now, the 2 of you arrogantly said that I'm not qualified to negotiate. What about now? Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 of them and laughed. Sorry, we were foolish just now. If you let us go, we'll give you all the treasures in our treasure vaults, the 2 of them exclaimed. They couldn't care less about other things now. Their lives were more important. Sigh. I've told you not to provoke me. Why didn't the 2 of you listen to me? Great. Not only is your son dead, but the 2 of you are going to die too. It's not worth it. Qin Feiyang sighed. The 2 of them turned pale and shivered. They were full of regret. Why did he have to be possessed and come to provoke this devil? Qin Feiyang laughed and said, however, before I kill the two of you, I have a question that I would like you to answer. Upon hearing this, Wang Dahai made up his mind and roared, we're going to die anyway. Don't expect us to answer any of your questions. Qin Feiyang said, although you're going to die, I'll consider leaving your corpses intact. What's the difference between that and death? Wang Dahai asked. There's still a difference. After all, as you said before, you won't have to suffer physical pain. Qin Feiyang laughed. Come on. I'm not afraid. Wang Dahai shouted. You have backbone. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Dahai in surprise. After pondering for a while, he laughed and said, how about this? As long as you tell me the truth, I'll consider letting the two of you go. Really? Wang Dahai was stunned and asked hurriedly. Li Changfeng also stared at Qin Feiyang. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Wang Dahai asked, what do you want to know? Qin Feiyang said, is there anyone who instigated the two of you? When the two of them heard this, a trace of panic immediately crept up on their faces. I want to hear the truth, Qin Feiyang said. Wang Dahai sighed and nodded. Yes. There really is. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly as he asked, who instigated the two of you? You know her. She's Yin Hui. Wang Dahai said. Yin Hui? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He did not expect it to be this woman. Initially, we've already given up on asking you for the pinnacle divine weapon because we know that you're not someone to be trifled with. Hence, we're treating it as a greeting gift to make friends with you. Wang Dahai said. That's right. If we wanted to get the divine weapon back from the start, we wouldn't have to wait until today, 10 days later. Li Changfeng also added. Qin Feiyang nodded. He looked at the two of them and asked, when did Yin Hui appear? Chapter 2186. Wang Dahai said, just this morning. This morning? Qin Feiyang frowned. Yes. This morning, she changed her appearance and sneaked into the mansion to look for me. She wanted me to help her deal with you. At first, I didn't agree. Because I know your means. Those who go against you won't have a good ending. However, she said that as long as the plan is thorough, there won't be any mistakes. Moreover, she gave me a condition that I couldn't refuse. Wang Dahai sighed, his face full of regret. What condition? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Wang Dahai said, 1 level 6 soul line. What? Level 6 soul line. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at Li Changfeng and said, you too? Yes. Li Changfeng nodded. Qin Feiyang said in disbelief, that means she has at least 2 level 6 soul lines now? Wang Dahai said, Feng Yuan was once the 9 Heavens Palace's resource hall master. It's normal for him to have soul lines. Soul line, Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. He looked at the two of them and asked, where is Yin Hui now? I don't know. The two of them shook their heads. You don't know? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. After reaching an agreement, she left. Wang Dahai said. Left? Qin Feiyang frowned. Suddenly, Wang Dahai added, however, before she left, she said that when the news of your death spreads, she will appear again. When she sees your corpse with her own eyes, she will give us the soul line. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Do you really believe that she will give you the soul line? After all, we are one of the 4 major families in Sky Dragon City. Now that we have lost Feng Yuan's backing, she dares to lie to us? Wang Dahai and Li Changfeng sneered. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The two of them were too naive. Although they didn't have much contact with Yin Hui, she was definitely shrewd since she could become Elder Yun's disciple and Elder Yun was willing to risk universal condemnation to save her. The two of them were completely toyed with by her. However, he could beat them at their own game. Didn't Yin Hui want to see his corpse? Then let her see it. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. He looked at Wang Dahai and the other man and smiled. I'm very satisfied with your performance. As long as you're satisfied. Can you let us go now? The two of them looked at Qin Feiyang nervously. Don't worry, it's not over yet. I still need your help. Qin Feiyang smiled. It's our honor to serve you. Go ahead. The two of them smiled flatteringly. Qin Feiyang said, before you say anything, you have to let me control you first. Control. The smiles on their faces froze. Don't be nervous. After Yin Hui dies, I will immediately remove my control over you. Qin Feiyang said. The two of them hesitated. Once it was controlled, it would not be up to them to decide whether to release it. Qin Feiyang asked, do you know about Ji Yong? Of course. His Feng Yuan's confidant. The two of them nodded. Then you should have heard of his deeds. Initially, I wanted to kill him too. However, I saw that he still had some value. Hence, I only controlled him. Later on, he turned over a new leaf and helped me wholeheartedly. Hence, after getting rid of Feng Yuan, I removed my control over him. However, I did not expect that he still could not escape death. He was killed by Feng Zihon. However, in order to avenge him, I killed Feng Zihon with my own hands. I believe that from this point, you should be able to see that I'm not an unreasonable person. Qin Feiyang said. Wang Dahai and the other man looked at each other. They gritted their teeth and nodded. All right, we'll let you control us. Qin Feiyang smiled and formed seals with both hands. 2 puppet imprints condensed rapidly. Don't resist. Otherwise, not only will you be implicated, but your families will also be implicated. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. After which, he waved his hand and the 2 puppet imprints disappeared into the top of their heads at lightning speed. After controlling the 2 of them, Qin Feiyang read their memories. The results proved that the 2 of them were not lying. Wang Dahai asked, what should we do next? Don't be anxious. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and nodded to the weapon spirit. The weapon spirit retracted his aura. The 2 of them instantly regained their freedom. They looked at the weapon spirit and the grey castle with fear in their eyes. What level of divine artifact was this? It was actually so powerful. Qin Feiyang asked, where's Fire Lotus? The weapon spirit seemed to be a little flustered. Qin Feiyang gradually frowned and said, I'm asking you a question. Where's Fire Lotus? Sigh. The weapon spirit sighed and looked at Qin Feiyang. She's still in the Sky Dragon Sea. Qin Feiyang heard the weapon spirit's tone and suddenly felt uneasy. He asked, did something happen to her? It's not considered an accident. The weapon spirit said. Can you make it clear? What exactly happened? Qin Feiyang said angrily. The weapon spirit hesitated for a while and shook his head. I can't let you know about this for now. Why? Qin Feiyang frowned and asked. The weapon spirit said, Fire Lotus told me not to tell you first. When you meet her, she'll give you a surprise. Surprise? Qin Feiyang had a suspicious look on his face. I really can't tell you. When you meet her, she'll tell you personally. The weapon spirit said. What exactly is this girl doing? Qin Feiyang was a little annoyed and asked, are you sure she's not in danger? The weapon spirit said angrily, you must be joking. With me protecting her, how could she be in danger? Qin Feiyang looked at the weapon spirit for a moment, let out a long breath, and smiled, as long as there's no danger. The weapon spirit asked, then when are you leaving for the Sky Dragon Sea? After dealing with Yin Hui's matter. Qin Feiyang said. All right then, I'll take a rest first. After the weapon spirit finished speaking, he returned to the grey castle. The grey castle also turned into a stream of light and entered Qin Feiyang's Qi Sea. Surprise, I want to see what kind of surprise you will give me. Qin Feiyang laughed and muttered, then took out the image crystal. Buzz. Soon. A shadow appeared. It was Mu Tianyang. Mu Tianyang looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, are you going to the Sky Dragon Sea now? No. This time, I'm sending you a message to tell you a piece of good news. Qin Feiyang smiled. What good news? Mu Tianyang was suspicious. As you expected, Yin Hui is not dead. Qin Feiyang said. Is that so? Then where is she now? Mu Tianyang was stunned and asked. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, I don't know yet, but I already have a clue, and I also thought of a plan. What plan? Mu Tianyang was curious. A plan to lure Yin Hui out, but this plan needs your help. Once the plan succeeds, not only can we get rid of Yin Hui, but even the Yin and Jin families won't be able to escape. Qin Feiyang laughed. Mu Tianyang asked, what about Elder Yun? This person, Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, shook his head and said, Elder Yun's life and death is not something we can decide. It depends on the attitude of the 9 Heavens Palace's big shots. That's true. Mu Tianyang nodded his head. If the big shots did not pursue Elder Yun's responsibility, then no matter how much they prepared, it would be meaningless. Next, the two of them began to conspire. In the middle of the night, the entire Sky Dragon City had basically quieted down, and there were dark lights everywhere. What? Jiang Haotian is dead. Suddenly, a piece of news exploded in Sky Dragon City. The quiet city was instantly in an uproar. I saw him on the street yesterday afternoon. How could he suddenly die? I'm not sure either. This news, I don't know if it's true. Everyone was discussing. Then where did he die? Where's the corpse? It seems to be the Tianyu building. As for the corpse, I'll have to take a look to know. Then let's hurry to the Tianyu building to take a look. The so-called Tianyu building was the restaurant where Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess were at. At this moment, the Tianyu building was also in an uproar. A middle-aged man stood in front of a corridor, his expression extremely ugly. You must be the owner of the Tianyu building. Is Jiang Haotian really dead? In the hall, there were no less than a few hundred people gathered, looking at the middle-aged man and asking questions at once. The middle-aged man did not answer, his face as dark as water. Get out of the way. Suddenly, there was a cold shout. A woman in white, leading a group of guards, entered the Tianyu building in a mighty manner. Steward Shangguan. The middle-aged man hurriedly went forward. That's right. The woman was Shangguan Qiu. And the group of guards behind her, who were also the guards of the treasure pavilion, each of them exuded an aura that was no lower than a perfected Sir God. Shangguan Qiu said in a deep voice, Where is Jiang Haotian? Upstairs. The middle-aged man said. Bring me there immediately. Shangguan Qiu shouted. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded and immediately ran upstairs. Soon, the two of them entered a room, the floor covered in blood. Shangguan Qiu glanced around the room and did not see Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess. He frowned and said, Where is he? He's gone. The middle-aged man shook his head. He's gone. Even if he's dead, there should be a corpse. Shangguan Qiu said angrily. Please forgive me, Steward Shangguan. Please listen to me slowly. Not long ago, there was a sudden pressure in this room. Our waiter sensed the pressure and immediately came to inquire. But at that time, young Master Jiang said that there was nothing wrong and asked the waiter to leave. However, not long after that, another scream rang out. And it was young Master Jiang's voice. The waiter sensed that something was wrong and immediately ran over to check. Just as the waiter forced the door open, 2 black shadows took young Master Jiang's corpse and rushed out of the window. The waiter chased after them, but the 2 black shadows were too fast and disappeared in a few blinks of an eye. So now, we don't know where young Master Jiang's corpse is. The middle-aged man said. Damn it. A cold light flashed in Shangguan Qiu's eyes. The middle-aged man exclaimed, Miss Shangguan, this has nothing to do with our restaurant. Please don't make things difficult for us. Shangguan Qiu looked at the middle-aged man with a gloomy expression. He turned to the guard standing outside the door and shouted, Go and check it out immediately. Even if you have to turn Sky Dragon City upside down, you must find him. Yes. The group of guards responded respectfully, then turned and left in a hurry. Chapter 2187. Time flew by. The sky gradually turned white. The news of Qin Feiyang's death had spread to 9th Heaven Palace. Many disciples couldn't help but sigh. South City. In a huge mansion. Inside a certain hall. The door of the hall was tightly shut. 2 people were sitting inside. They were Wang Dahai and Li Changfeng. In the middle of the hall, there was a corpse. It was bloody and unbearable to look at. The appearance and figure of the corpse were exactly the same as Qin Feiyang's. Wang Dahai and Li Changfeng didn't speak. There was dead silence in the hall. As time passed, the sun gradually rose from the horizon and everything came back to life. Swoosh. Suddenly, a white figure appeared in the hall out of thin air. It was a woman. She looked to be in her 30s. She had a good figure and was still charming. Wang Dahai and Li Changfeng immediately stood up and welcomed her with a smile. That's right. This woman was Yin Hui. How was it? We didn't disappoint you, right? Both of them looked at Yin Hui and smiled. Yin Hui said, although I'm willing to believe you, I still have to confirm it. Go ahead. Wang Dahai and Li Changfeng smiled. Yin Hui walked step by step towards Qin Feiyang, who was lying on the ground. She kept glancing at Qin Feiyang. When she was in front of Qin Feiyang, Yin Hui sized him up. Suddenly, she raised her arm and a wisp of divine power appeared. What are you doing? Wang Dahai and Li Changfeng looked at her suspiciously. Yin Hui's eyes were filled with resentment. She said harshly, he killed my husband and my children. If I don't tear him into pieces, how can I vent my hatred? As she finished speaking, the wisp of divine power turned into a light blade and slashed towards Qin Feiyang's corpse. In an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere. In a short while, a whole person was chopped into pieces by her. The cruel means and bloody scene made Wang Dahai and Li Changfeng's scalp tingle. Phew. After a while, Yin Hui let out a long breath. The resentment between her eyebrows finally dissipated. Yin Hui, we have killed him for you. Where's the vein of soul that you promised us? Wang Dahai asked. Soul line? A look of mockery flashed across Yin Hui's eyes. She turned to Wang Dahai and Jiang Rushuang and asked, where is Jiang Fire Lotus, Jiang Rushuang, and Jiang Haotian? Wang Dahai said, their fates will be even worse. What do you mean? Yin Hui was taken aback and asked curiously. Wang Dahai laughed. They are accompanying our son now. That's right. These two brats have gotten a huge bargain this time. Li Zhongfeng also laughed. Ha ha, Yin Hui laughed heartily and said, you've done well. But these three women must be killed after this. Understood. The two nodded and urged, hurry up and give us the soul vein. Soul line. She looked at the two of them and said, that blood sword and his interspatial ring should be in your hands, right? And he seems to have a spatial divine item. Yes. The two of them nodded. Yin Hui sneered, after reaping so many benefits, you still want the soul vein? What do you mean? The two of them raised their eyebrows. Isn't the meaning obvious? Of course. If you insist on the soul vein, it's not impossible. But you have to exchange it with that blood sword. Yin Hui said. You lied to us. The two of them were furious. You are stupid. How can I give you something like the soul vein? Yin Hui sneered. The two of them were furious. Enough. You didn't lose out this time. Be content. I have something to do. Goodbye. After Yin Hui said that, she opened an altar and walked up without looking back. Bitch, you can continue to be smug. It will be your death soon. Wang Dahai and Li Changfeng stared at Yin Hui angrily, but they were laughing coldly in their hearts. Sky Dragon Sea. Above the coast, a woman appeared. Who else could it be but Yin Hui? She stood in the void and looked at the sea silently for a long time. Wenhai, Zijuan, Zihon, Father, I have avenged you. You can rest in peace. After a while, Yin Hui muttered and turned into a stream of light, entering the Sky Dragon Sea. She was very cautious. Along the way, she was observing to see if anyone was following her. More than an hour passed. An island came into her sight. The island was huge and she couldn't see the end of it. The island was covered with shrubs and weeds, making it look extremely desolate. Moreover, she could see the traces of sea beasts everywhere. The cultivation of these sea beasts were very powerful. The weakest one was a perfect god of war. Yin Hui scanned the sea behind her. Seeing that no one was following her, she entered the island and flew deep into it. After a few hundred breaths, she entered the center of the island. There was a village in the mountains below. The village was built with simple wooden buildings. There were about 500 to 600 people in the village. Apart from the elderly and children, the rest of the people were cultivating. Yin Hui landed in the sky above the village. Looking at the people in the village, there was a smile in her eyes. Following that, she took out a black jade pendant from her arms. The jade pendant was shaped like a crescent moon. It was as black as ink and exuded a mysterious aura. Yin Hui released a wisp of divine power and entered the crescent moon jade pendant. A black light suddenly swept out from the crescent moon jade pendant and shot toward the village below. However, before the black light could reach the village, a black barrier suddenly appeared in the air above the village. The barrier enveloped the entire village. After the barrier appeared, Yin Hui slowly descended. A door of light automatically appeared above the black barrier. Yin Hui directly entered the village through the door of light. After Yin Hui entered, the door of light slowly closed. The barrier also slowly disappeared in the air as if it had never appeared. Aunt Hui, a group of children who were playing in the village, immediately surrounded Yin Hui when they saw her. Looking at the group of naive and lively children, Yin Hui was also full of smiles. Hui-er. An old man walked out from the crowd and looked at Yin Hui with a hoarse smile. Father. Yin Hui stepped forward and bowed. This old man was naturally not Feng Yuan. He was her biological father, the patriarch of the Yin family. The old man asked, "How did it go?" "He's dead." Yin Hui took a deep breath and looked at the old man. Dead? The old man's gaze trembled slightly. This was a kind of excitement. He laughed loudly and said, "Good, good, I finally got my revenge." The old man's laughter alarmed those who were cultivating. Everyone opened their eyes. An old man in black in his 70s hurriedly ran over and asked suspiciously, "Old man Yin, what are you talking about?" The old man looked at the old man in black and said excitedly, "Old Jin, Jiang Haotian is dead." "He's dead." The old man in black was stunned on the spot. Yin Hui smiled and said, "Uncle Jin, you're not dreaming. He's really dead." The old man in black was Jin Yunchang's father. "Dead, haha, he's finally dead. This damned beast, it's good that he's dead." The old man in black also laughed heartily. The other adults in the village were also beaming with joy. Only the children looked at them in confusion. What was wrong with these adults? Why were they laughing so happily? "Sister Hui, Jiang Haotian is dead. Can we go out? It's been a whole 5 years. We've been hiding here. I've really had enough." A group of young people looked at Yin Hui and said, "Not now." Yin Hui shook her head. "Why?" Everyone looked at her in confusion. Yin Hui said, "Because Mu Tianyang, Hui Yi, and Frenzy haven't been eliminated yet. Only by eliminating all of them can we leave this place. Then hurry up. These damned bastards caused us to be like this. We must not let them go." "That's right. Only by cutting them into 8 pieces can we vent our hatred." Those young people roared angrily. Those old people were also full of resentment. Hee. But suddenly, a laugh sounded. This voice, Yin Hui was stunned and quickly looked around. Why was this voice so familiar? It seemed to be impossible. He was clearly dead. Swish. A figure appeared above the crowd. Who could it be if it wasn't Qin Feiyang? How could it be him? "Sister Hui, didn't you say that he was dead?" As soon as the people in the village saw Qin Feiyang, they panicked. Yin Hui's face was also full of disbelief. Was she dreaming? She rubbed her eyes hard and looked at Qin Feiyang again. Her expression was suddenly stunned. It wasn't a dream. Qin Feiyang glanced at the people in the village and looked at Yin Hui with a smile. "It's been 5 years since we last met. How have you been?" Yin Hui turned a deaf ear to him. Qin Feiyang's sudden appearance completely caught her off guard. "Didn't you want to kill me? Now that I've taken the initiative to appear in front of you, why are you still at a loss?" Qin Feiyang said suspiciously. Yin Hui clenched her hands and shouted hysterically, "Why aren't you dead? You still can't think of this?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head. "I seem to have overestimated your IQ." Yin Hui's brows were tightly knitted together. "All right. Let me tell you. The corpse that you saw in Wang Dahai's house wasn't mine. It was a servant in Wang Dahai's house. Wang Dahai asked him to disguise as me and then he became my scapegoat." Qin Feiyang said. "What?" Yin Hui's body shook and she said angrily, "These 2 damn things. How dare they lie to me? Don't blame them. They were forced to do it. Because if they didn't cooperate with me, they would have to die." Qin Feiyang smiled. Yin Hui said in a low voice, "You saw through their intentions?" "Initially, I didn't. I almost died in their hands. However, I have a good character. I received help from an expert to avert this calamity," Qin Feiyang said. The expert he was referring to was naturally the weapon spirit. Expert? Yin Hui was suspicious. "You don't have to care about this. Master, please help me subdue Wang Dahai and the rest. Then, I will kill their sons in front of them. They will be scared and confess everything. Then, I thought of a plan to beat them at their own game. I used an illusion to deceive you and followed you secretly to find your hiding place. In other words, since you activated the teleportation altar in Wang Dahai's house and left, I have been following you. When you returned here and activated the black barrier, I followed you in." Qin Feiyang smiled. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Chapter 2188. Who's that expert? How dare you ruin my plans? Yin Hui roared. "It's better that you don't know." Qin Feiyang laughed. "What if I insist on knowing?" Yin Hui laughed sinisterly and said, "You're really bold to come here alone. Why? You didn't kill me last time and now you want to kill me again?" Qin Feiyang said. "You're right. And this time, you're the one who walked right into my trap." Yin Hui's eyes were filled with murderous intent. She soared into the sky like lightning and charged toward Qin Feiyang. "Do you think you can kill me?" Qin Feiyang sneered and said indifferently, "What else do you want to see? Come out." Swoosh. Before he finished his words, two men and a woman appeared out of thin air. The woman immediately stood in front of Qin Feiyang and slapped Yin Hui. With a puff, Yin Hui flew out on the spot and blood gushed out of her mouth. "There's someone else." Yin Hui was surprised. "Mu Tianyang. Shangguan Fenglan. Master." But when she saw the faces of the three people, Yin Hui's face turned pale. "Why were Master and Shangguan Fenglan here?" "I asked Mu Tianyang to bring them here. And since you appeared in Wang Dahai's house, they have been watching in the dark," Qin Feiyang said. Yin Hui's eyes trembled. They had been watching in the dark. Didn't this mean that they already knew everything about her? Elder Yun looked at Yin Hui in disappointment and said, "Yin Hui, do you remember what I told you 5 years ago when I sent you away from Jotian Palace?" Yin Hui quivered and looked at Elder Yun. "This old man wants you to forget your hatred. Take your Yin and Jin family members and find a place to live peacefully." "But how did you do it?" Elder Yun asked. "Forget the hatred," Yin Hui murmured and smiled sadly. "Master, I want to forget it too. But how can I forget such a deep blood feud?" "You still have reason. Although Feng Yuan, Feng Wenhai, Feng Zijuan, and Feng Zihon did indeed die at Jiang Haotian's hands, wasn't it all caused by you? Jiang Haotian only retaliated. What's wrong with that? Do you want him to stand still and let you kill him?" Shangguan Fenglan shouted. When Yin Hui heard this, she could not help but tremble both physically and mentally. "You're actually still so stubborn even now. Yin Hui, oh Yin Hui, have you let down your master's good intentions? 5 years ago, your master deceived everyone and saved you from right under our noses. In order to prevent us from finding you, we even gave you the heavenly domain divine stone. Do you know what kind of effect it will have on him if these things are exposed to the world? If the great elder finds out about this, what consequences will your master face? Have you thought about this?" Shangguan Fenglan said angrily. Yin Hui was flustered. "Alas, isn't it good to live? Do you have to come here to seek your own death?" Shangguan Fenglan sighed deeply. Plop. Yin Hui knelt in the void and looked at Elder Yun. "Master, I'm sorry. I've disappointed you." Elder Yun sighed. "Is there any point in saying this now?" Yin Hui's body stiffened. She hurriedly said, "Master, I don't want to die. Please, help me." Elder Yun said, "This old man has already helped you once." Yin Hui begged, "Then can you help me a second time?" Elder Yun, Hall Master Shangguan, I beg you, please give us a way out. The others in the village also knelt on the ground and begged. Including the children. Shangguan Fenglan looked at everyone, especially those pitiful children. She could not help but feel sympathy for them. She turned to look at Elder Yun and said, Elder Yun, why don't we? I object. But before Shangguan Fenglan could finish, Qin Feiyang spoke expressionlessly. Shangguan Fenglan turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at Shangguan Fenglan and Elder Yun and said, I asked Mu Tianyang to bring you here not for you to sympathize with them, but for you to see their nature clearly. After that, Qin Feiyang looked at Elder Yun alone and said, especially you. You risked universal condemnation to save her, but how did she repay you? Elder Yun asked without turning his head, then in your opinion? I've always been a person with a debtor for every injustice. Originally, other than Feng Yuan's family, I didn't plan to attack the Yin and Jin families. They didn't need to hide at all. But because of your selfishness, Yin Hui escaped the net of the law. It's fine if she repents and turns over a new leaf. But she still hasn't changed. In the end, all of this was caused by you, Elder Yun, so you shouldn't ask me, but yourself. Qin Feiyang said. Elder Yun was silent. Mu Tianyang's eyes flashed, and he cupped his hands and said, Elder Yun, we respect you, and please respect us. The same mistake can't be made a second time. Elder Yun looked at Yin Hui, and after a long time, he sighed and said, yes, the same mistake can't be made a second time. Master, Yin Hui's expression changed. Don't call me master anymore. From now on, I don't have a disciple like you. Your life and death have nothing to do with me. Elder Yun shook his head. Yin Hui suddenly collapsed in the void, her face full of despair. Temple Master. Mu Tianyang looked at Shangguan Fenglan. Shangguan Fenglan sighed, walked to Yin Hui, and said, in your next life, be a good person. After saying that, she raised her arm, and divine power surged in her palm. But at this moment, Elder Yun, who had been motionless, suddenly turned and rushed to Qin Feiyang, then grabbed Qin Feiyang's neck. Mu Tianyang was shocked and shouted, Elder Yun, what are you doing? Qin Feiyang also glared at Elder Yun. At the same time, hearing Mu Tianyang's shout, Shangguan Fenglan was stunned, then turned her head to look, and her face was instantly full of surprise and doubt. Yin Hui and the people in the village below also had a look of surprise on their faces. But then, Yin Hui took out a dagger shining with cold light, and while Shangguan Fenglan was not paying attention, she angrily stabbed into Shangguan Fenglan's qi. Puff! Shangguan Fenglan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, then looked at Yin Hui with a gloomy face, and anger rose in her eyes. Who do you think you are, to want to kill me? Now I'll kill you first. Yin Hui laughed, waved the dagger in her hand, and directly stabbed at the top of Shangguan Fenglan's head. You're courting death. Shangguan Fenglan said word by word, her murderous aura soaring to the sky, and her divine sense emerged like a torrent, exuding an aura of destruction. Although her qi was destroyed, her divine soul was still there. As long as her divine soul was still there, her divine sense could be turned into a powerful trump card. Looking at Shangguan Fenglan's divine sense, Yin Hui's face suddenly turned pale. She was so excited that she forgot about Shangguan Fenglan's cultivation. Shangguan Fenglan's strength was stronger than Feng Yuan's, so how could she be defeated? Even if it was just her divine sense, it was enough to crush her. Shangguan Fenglan, stop! Elder Yun shouted at the critical moment. Shangguan Fenglan raised her eyebrows and used her divine sense to control her body to retreat a few feet, then looked at Elder Yun and said, Elder Yun, what are you doing? Let her go. Elder Yun said expressionlessly. Why? Shangguan Fenglan said angrily. No reason. Just let her go, or I'll kill Jiang Haotian. Elder Yun said. You, Shangguan Fenglan was furious. The old man in front of her had always been selfless and was one of the people she respected the most in Zhoutian Palace. But now, why did it become like this? Mu Tianyang said in a deep voice, Elder Yun, you've been protecting Yin Hui time and time again. Aren't you afraid of angering Grand Elder? Aren't you afraid of going down in history? You don't have to worry about that. If Grand Elder really wants to blame me, I have no complaints. Elder Yun said. Why? Qin Feiyang frowned. He was willing to be punished and his reputation was ruined to save Yin Hui. This seemed to have gone beyond the boundary of the relationship between master and disciple. I said, there's no reason. Shangguan Fenglan, Do you want to let her go? Elder Yun looked at Shangguan Fenglan and said, Are you sure you want to do this? Shangguan Fenglan asked. Elder Yun nodded. Okay. Shangguan Fenglan took a deep breath and turned to look at Yin Hui. Don't appear in front of me again. Get lost. Yin Hui looked at Shangguan Fenglan and then at Elder Yun, then took out the black crescent jade pendant again. Whoosh. A black light flashed out, and the black boundary appeared again. But this time, there was no light door on the boundary, and it quickly collapsed. Take the children and the elderly and come with us immediately, Yin Hui shouted to the adults in the village. No one can leave. But at this moment, a cold and bone-chilling voice sounded. The person who spoke was Qin Feiyang. At this moment, he seemed to have changed into a different person. Not only was his body full of murderous intent, but his expression was also somewhat fierce. Shangguan Fenglan hurriedly shouted, Jiang Haotian, don't mess around. Who is messing around? Qin Feiyang was so angry that he laughed. He looked at Elder Yun and said, In fact, I have always respected you. Even when I knew that you saved Yin Hui, I didn't particularly hate you or blame you. But now I find that you are not worthy of my respect at all. I've disappointed you. Elder Yun said. I'm really disappointed. If you could have simply killed Yin Hui just now, I wouldn't have made things difficult for the others. But your behavior made me very angry. So today, whether it's the people of the Yin family or the Jin family, none of them can leave alive. Remember, it's not me who is cruel and merciless. It's you who killed them. Qin Feiyang said. Now that you are in my hands, I can end your life at any time. Do you have the ability to do so? Elder Yun was still expressionless. Don't be too confident. Because you are facing me, Jiang Haotian. Do it. Qin Feiyang shouted. Do it. Shangguan Fenglan, Yin Hui, and the others were surprised. Who was he talking to? A trace of suspicion flashed in Elder Yun's eyes. But they didn't know. At this time, there was a voice in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang, are you sure you want me to do it? That's right. It was the weapon spirit. Yes. Qin Feiyang replied. The weapon spirit said again, Are you really not afraid of bringing a fatal disaster to yourself? Qin Feiyang said inwardly, Anyway, I've already left the Ninth Heaven Palace. What's there to be afraid of? But I'm afraid of implicating Long Tianyu. Because once I appear, Shangguan Fenglan will know that you have been lying to her before. At that time, she will definitely interrogate Long Tianyu again. The weapon spirit said. Qin Feiyang said, Don't worry, I will think of a way. All right then, as long as you can guarantee Long Tianyu's safety, I will do as you say. After the weapon spirit finished speaking, a wave of death energy suddenly rushed out of Qin Feiyang's body like a volcanic eruption. Elder Yun, who was caught off guard, was directly sent flying as if he had been hit by a heavy blow. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 2189. What? Shangguan Fenglan glanced at Elder Yun, then looked at Qin Feiyang, her face full of shock. He actually injured Elder Yun? The people in the village below were all dumbfounded. Especially Yin Hui. As Elder Yun's disciple, she naturally knew Elder Yun's strength. It could be said that even Shangguan Fenglan, the palace master, was not Elder Yun's opponent. Even in the entire Nine Heavens Palace, Elder Yun's strength could be ranked in the top 10. However, at this moment, he was actually injured by Jiang Haotian. Was this a dream? Elder Yun himself was also extremely shocked. He never thought that this kid in front of him, in addition to the blood sword, actually hid such a terrifying method. Wait. Suddenly, Elder Yun's pupils contracted. Why was this death force so familiar? Shangguan Fenglan seemed to have the same feeling, and a trace of surprise appeared in her eyes. Qin Feiyang glanced at Yin Hui and sneered, Don't you want to know who that expert is? I'll let you see his elegance now. Yin Hui was shocked. Listening to these words, this death force was not Jiang Haotian himself. What kind of expert was actually not a match for her master? Old Yun, little girl Shangguan, long time no see. Accompanied by a hoarse laughter, the grey castle rushed out from Qin Feiyang's body. It's you. The two's eyes trembled as they stared at the grey castle. The artifact spirit appeared, standing beside Qin Feiyang, and joked, "Yes, it's me." You, whether it was Shangguan Fenglan or Elder Yun, their eyes were filled with killing intent. The artifact spirit said playfully, "It seems that all these years, you still miss me." Shangguan Fenglan's face sank, looking at Qin Feiyang, and said, "Didn't you say that in the far west?" But before Shangguan Fenglan finished speaking, Qin Feiyang coldly said, "Is this still important?" "Bastard. You and madman are lying to me," Shangguan Fenglan said angrily. "I'm sorry," Qin Feiyang said. "I don't need your apology. I just want to ask you, do you know where it came from? You actually colluded with it," Shangguan Fenglan said in a deep voice. "I don't know. But that's not important. As long as it can help me. For example, now that I'm facing Elder Yun's unreasonable behavior, at least I won't be beaten up." Qin Feiyang said lightly. "You," Shangguan Fenglan gritted her teeth in anger. "It's still the same. You have to pay the price for your mistakes. Artifact spirit, do it," Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. "Old man Yun, little girl Shangguan, Jiang Haotian didn't say that he wanted to kill you, so I won't attack you. But you'd better be tactful and stand there obediently. Don't interfere with their lives." The artifact spirit snickered. The power of death flooded the sky like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the entire village. "What is this? Why do I feel like my vitality and qi and blood are being drained away?" Everyone immediately panicked. "All of you, stop right there." Seeing this, Elder Yun was furious. His divine power surged out and punched towards the artifact spirit and Qin Feiyang. "You're really not honest at all." The artifact spirit smiled coldly. With a clang, his body shattered the sky and blasted towards Elder Yun. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening loud noise, Elder Yun flew out again, blood spurting out. "After so many years, you really haven't made any progress. You're still so weak." The artifact spirit laughed disdainfully. Elder Yun looked at the artifact spirit gloomily and suddenly said, "Shangguan Fenglan, immediately return to the Ninth Heaven Palace and report to the Great Elder." "Okay." Shangguan Fenglan nodded. "Don't think about going anywhere." The artifact spirit snorted coldly. A grey barrier appeared in an instant. That's right. This was the domain of death that trapped Qin Feiyang and the madman. At that time, just this domain of death alone made the two of them despair. As soon as the domain of death appeared, everyone was shrouded in it. The power of death that robbed vitality also increased countless times in an instant. Even Shangguan Fenglan almost couldn't bear it. "Save me!" The people in the village, accompanied by desperate cries, fell to the ground one after another and died. Yin Hui was burning with anxiety and roared, "Master, quickly help us." Her vitality were also crazily draining. Her body had already shriveled up and her face was covered with dry wrinkles. Elder Yun was also extremely anxious. Looking at Qin Feiyang, he said, "Jiang Haotian, quickly make it stop." However, Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. Elder Yun roared, "As long as you let her go, this old man will agree to do anything." Qin Feiyang frowned. He would agree to anything. What was the relationship between this old man and Yin Hui? "Jiang Haotian, you bastard, we'll fight it out with you." Suddenly, several old men with monarch god cultivation suddenly roared and rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Boom! Before they got close, their bodies exploded in the void. What? Yin Hui's face was pale. They actually self-destructed their bodies? Elder Yun's expression also changed abruptly. He hurriedly waved his hand and condensed a divine power barrier, enveloping Yin Hui and the people from the Yin and Jin families who were still alive. At the same time, Mu Tianyang also quickly rushed to Qin Feiyang's side. The self-destruction of a monarch god level expert was not a child's play. With his perfect war god cultivation, he had no room to resist at all. So, he ran to Qin Feiyang's side. Because he knew that the Grey Castle would definitely protect Qin Feiyang. And protecting Qin Feiyang was equivalent to protecting him. However, Shangguan Fenglan and Elder Yun did not take any defensive measures. Their cultivation was too strong. The self-destruction of a monarch god was not a threat to them. Boom! Catcher. The moment they self-destructed, the destructive shockwave surged out in all directions with an earth-shattering force. Immediately, inside the death domain, the void was annihilated and the earth collapsed. Countless sea beasts on the island heard the commotion and fled in fear. Just as Mu Tianyang expected. When the airwave surged, the grey castle flashed and stood in front of them, shining with divine light. Whether it was Qin Feiyang or Mu Tianyang, under the protection of the grey castle, they were not harmed at all. What? The death domain is not broken? Suddenly, a cry of surprise was heard. The people in the village looked at the grey barrier that imprisoned them with disbelief in their eyes. They originally thought that the self-destruction of a few monarch gods would be enough to destroy the death domain. On one hand, the few elders wanted to die together with Qin Feiyang. On the other hand, they wanted to break the death domain and give Yin Hui and the others a chance to escape. But they never expected that in the face of such a violent impact, the death domain did not even shake. You think you can shake my domain of death with the strength of an ant? What a joke. The weapon spirit glanced at the group of people contemptuously. The power of death was surging and pervasive. Although the divine barrier set up by Elder Yun could block the fluctuations of the self-destruction, it could not block the invasion of the power of death. Ah, Sister Hui, I don't want to die, save me. Everyone looked at Yin Hui in despair. But Yin Hui had no other choice. She could only watch the people of the two families fall one by one. In less than 5 breaths, there were only a dozen people left in the barrier. The weakest of them was a half-step to the god realm. Their blood and vitality were more vigorous than the others, so they were still alive. But at this moment, they were already at death's door. Death was only a matter of time. Looking at the desperate faces, Yin Hui felt like a knife was being twisted in her heart. She turned to look at Qin Feiyang and shouted, "Jiang Haotian, the person who wants to kill you is me. It has nothing to do with them. Let them go. Jiao Xiaohui has nothing to do with us." "But why didn't your daughter Feng Zihon let her go 5 years ago?" Qin Feiyang said coldly. Yin Hui was unable to refute. She suddenly knelt in the void and shouted, "I'll kneel to you, okay? If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Yes. It's all my Feng family's fault. If you kill me, I'll die for them." Yin Hui said. Qin Feiyang said, "I'm sorry, but when I do things, I will never leave a source of trouble." The dozen people also fell down in despair one after another, basically turning into dried corpses. Yin Hui did not have the strength to speak again. Because there was not much blood and vitality left in her body. Despair and helplessness shrouded her heart. The grey castle was too terrifying. Even her master could not save her and her clansmen. "Old man Yun, she is your daughter. Are you really going to watch her die?" Suddenly, a furious roar was heard. Qin Feiyang, Mu Tianyang, Shangguan Fenglan, and the artifact spirit were all stunned. "Daughter." Elder Yun's eyes trembled slightly as he looked at the person who spoke. The person who spoke was the head of the Yin family, Yin Hui's biological father. At this moment, he was also lying on the ground powerlessly. There was no anger on his face, but his eyes were full of anger when he looked at Elder Yun. Yin Hui also looked at the head of the Yin family in shock and said, "Father, what did you say?" At this moment, only Yin Hui and the head of the Yin family were still alive. As for the people of the Jin family, they were all dead. The head of the Yin family sighed and looked at Yin Hui. Actually, Elder Yun is your biological father." "What?" Yin Hui's body stiffened. Qin Feiyang and the others also looked at each other. Elder Yun was actually Yin Hui's biological father. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and looked at the artifact spirit. "Wait a moment." The artifact spirit nodded. The power of death immediately dissipated. The scene was dead silent. Everyone had a look of bewilderment. Only Elder Yun lowered his head. He seemed to have fallen into endless self-blame and regret. A moment later, Shangguan Fenglan also finally came back to her senses. She turned to look at Elder Yun and asked, "Elder Yun, is this true?" Elder Yun looked up at Shangguan Fenglan and then at Yin Hui. He nodded and said, "It's true." Shangguan Fenglan was stunned. Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang looked at each other. There was a trace of realization in their eyes. Why would Elder Yun protect Yin Hui again and again? It turned out that there was such a relationship. However, this was not too unbelievable. Since Elder Yun was Yin Hui's biological father, then why was Yin Hui in the Yin family? Chapter 2190. Yin Hui really didn't know. W. R. A. N. W. Aina. C. O. M. Hearing Elder Yun's reply, her face was full of disbelief. This old man who had been taking care of her and caring for her was actually her biological father. Suddenly having such a father was even more unreal than a dream. Hui, I know it's hard for you to accept, but I didn't lie to you. He really is your biological father. Otherwise, with his cold and arrogant personality, how could he have taken you as a disciple and taken care of you so much? The patriarch of the Yin family said. Yin Hui was in a daze. She looked at the patriarch of the Yin family and asked, "What's going on?" The patriarch of the Yin family said, "This matter started when you were just born. Back then, not long after giving birth to you, your mother was killed. Killed?" Before the patriarch of the Yin family could finish, Yin Hui's eyes trembled. She asked, "Who killed her?" The patriarch of the Yin family glanced at Elder Yun and sighed. "The person who killed your mother was none other than your biological father, Elder Yun." "What?" Yin Hui's body trembled. She turned to look at Elder Yun. Qin Feiyang and the others were also shocked. Elder Yun actually killed his own wife. How was that possible? They looked at Elder Yun again. He lowered his head. The self-blame and regret on his face were even stronger. The patriarch of the Yin family looked at Yin Hui and said, "Actually, your biological father didn't kill your mother on purpose." "Then why?" Yin Hui asked. The patriarch of the Yin family took a deep breath and said, "Your biological father has inner demons." Inner demons? Qin Feiyang was shocked and looked at Elder Yun. This person actually had inner demons. "I believe I don't need to tell you about inner demons. Back then, your mother gave birth to you, which made him very happy and excited. Therefore, he let down his guard against the inner demons. It was also at this time that the inner demons suddenly attacked. They controlled his mind and killed your mother. After this happened, he blamed himself and couldn't face you anymore. So when you were a little more than a year old, he handed you to me and asked me to take care of you. He also asked you to take my surname. When I was young, I had a very good relationship with him. I also knew about his situation, so I agreed." The patriarch of the Yin family sighed. "I see." Qin Feiyang and the others suddenly understood. No wonder Elder Yun blamed himself so much. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to face such a thing. Yin Hui asked, "What happened after that?" "After that, he disappeared for a year. No one knows where he went. I also went to look for him, but there was no trace of him at all. Later, when he came back, I found out that he had gone to sever his inner demons. On the one hand, it's the inner demons that killed your mother. They must be killed. On the other hand, if he doesn't destroy the inner demons, he won't be able to become a god. He did it. He successfully destroyed the inner demons. Originally, I wanted to say that since the inner demons have been destroyed, I should just hand you over to him, but your father still couldn't cross the hurdle in his heart. After accompanying you for a while, he prepared to enter the Empyrean Palace after breaking through to the War God realm. Your father's talent is very good. When we first met, my cultivation was several realms higher than his. But in a few years, he caught up to me. After he entered the Empyrean Palace, he received a better cultivation environment and resources than outside. The talent he displayed became even more terrifying. His rise was unstoppable. In the end, he relied on his extraordinary ability to become the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Hui, your father is really an amazing man. The patriarch of the Yin family smiled. The Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall? Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang were stunned. Shangguan Fenglan sighed and said, "Elder Yun was the previous Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall." "I see." The two of them nodded in realization. No wonder Shangguan Fenglan was so respectful to him. It turned out that he was so experienced. After that, he came to find me and said that he wanted you to enter the Empyrean Palace because it would be easier to take care of you. I didn't refuse. After all, he is your real father. After you entered the Empyrean Palace and displayed good talent, he took you in as his disciple. Because this way, he could take care of you legitimately. You know what happened after that. I won't say any more. The patriarch of the Yin family said. Yin Hui was in a daze. She turned to look at Elder Yun and asked, "Is that so?" Elder Yun raised his head and looked at Yin Hui. After a long time, he nodded and said, "Yes." His voice was extremely hoarse. This person was also extremely haggard. Yin Hui's body swayed. She muttered, "Just because you killed my mother by mistake, you abandoned me?" "No. I didn't abandon you. Since you entered the Empyrean Palace, I have been secretly protecting you. No matter what, I gave you the best." Elder Yun hurriedly said. "Protect me, give me the best. Do you think this can make up for what you owe me? Let me tell you, it's impossible." Yin Hui roared. Elder Yun lowered his head. His expression was incomparably gloomy. "In this life, I only have one father, and that is him." As Yin Hui spoke, she walked to the side of the patriarch of the Yin family. The patriarch of the Yin family looked at Elder Yun and hurriedly said, "Hui, don't be like this. Father, I know you said these things because you want him to save me. But now, I don't need him. I would rather die than acknowledge this father. Because he is not worthy." Yin Hui said. "Hui, The patriarch of the Yin family shouted. Elder Yun raised his head and looked at the patriarch of the Yin family. He sighed and said, "Brother Yin, don't say any more." But, the patriarch of the Yin family frowned. Elder Yun waved his hand and looked at Yin Hui. "Actually, I know that you resent me for not helping Feng Wenhai and the others back then. Isn't that so? Wenhai is your son-in-law. Zihon and Zijuan are also your grandchildren. How heartless are you to actually leave them in the lurch?" The patriarch of the Yin family shouted. "Although they are my family, we must have principles as people. Right is right. Wrong is wrong. I can't harm an innocent young man because of you. Moreover, 5 years ago, when Jiang Haotian killed Zihon, I did my best to stop him. But you all know the result. I can't do it." Elder Yun said. "As a person, one must have principles," Qin Feiyang muttered. He was quite gratified by Elder Yun's words. Because at least it meant that Elder Yun had not truly fallen. And what he had done previously was purely to save his daughter. And all these years, Feng Yuan instigated you and Feng Wenhai to take over Shangguan Fenglan and control the law enforcement hall. I saw all these. But as the previous hall master of the law enforcement hall, why should I pretend to be deaf and dumb? It's because of you. Elder Yun shouted. Yin Hui's eyes trembled. And, do you think that what happened 5 years ago is really just a grudge between you and Jiang Haotian? No. This is a trap set by the first elder, Elder Yun said. What? A trap set by the first elder? Yin Hui was shocked. That's right. In fact, the first elder has long known about the shady business that Feng Yuan did in the resource hall. He even knew that you took over Shangguan Fenglan and tried to control the law enforcement hall. But due to Feng Yuan's status in Zhoutian Palace and your identity as this old man's disciple, he couldn't do anything to you openly. So he asked Shangguan Fenglan to arrange a plan to get rid of you. Coincidentally, Jiang Haotian entered Zhoutian Palace and showed a terrifying mind and scheming. So, Jiang Haotian became a sharp blade for them to eradicate you. Elder Yun sighed. Yin Hui was dumbfounded. She looked at Shangguan Fenglan and said, "So it's all because of you and the first elder behind the scenes?" "Yes. However, if you weren't so rampant, why would we do anything to you?" Shangguan Fenglan said lightly. "Ridiculous. I always thought that it was Jiang Haotian who destroyed our Feng clan with his own ability. So it was you who helped him in the dark." Yin Hui laughed self-deprecatingly. "Wrong. We didn't help Jiang Haotian with anything. He did destroy your Feng clan with his own ability." Shangguan Fenglan said. Yin Hui looked at Qin Fei Yang, the hatred in her eyes undisguised. Elder Yun said, because I owed you, I indulged you. No matter what you did, I was confident that I could save you from Jiutian Palace. After coming out of seclusion, you joined forces with Jin Yunchang and Yu Zijie to frame Jiang Haotian and the others. In the end, not only did the plan fail, but it also fell into Jiang Haotian's hands. I pretended to kill you and send you out of Jiutian Palace. I thought that after learning this lesson, you would let go. But I didn't expect that you still wanted to kill Jiang Haotian. This is a disaster caused by you. What can you do to this old man? Elder Yun looked at Yin Hui helplessly. Yin Hui shouted, then why didn't you tell us that this was a trap set up by the first elder? Because I only found out later. Elder Yun sighed. Yin Hui fell silent. Elder Yun sighed and walked toward Qin Fei Yang step by step, then knelt in front of Qin Fei Yang. Qin Fei Yang frowned. Elder Yun lowered his head and said, Jiang Haotian, this old man rarely begs others. Now, this old man begs you to let her go. As expected, he's begging for mercy. Qin Fei Yang muttered. This old man is willing to apologize with my death for her. And I promise you that this kind of thing won't happen a second time. Elder Yun said. Apologize with your death. Qin Fei Yang was stunned. He was determined to save Yin Hui, but he had to admit that a father's love was great. Get up, I won't allow you to beg him like this. Yin Hui rushed to Elder Yun's side furiously. Then, she grabbed Elder Yun's arm and tried to pull him up. However, old Yun didn't even move. He raised his head, looked at Qin Fei Yang, and said, please understand my feelings as a father. My head is right in front of you. You can take it away at any time. Did you hear that? Get up. What right does he have to make you kneel? Yin Hui shouted in exasperation. Chapter 2191. Right now, your life is in his hands. That is his right. Elder Yun said. Yin Hui said angrily, with your strength, you can't break this realm of death. As long as the realm of death disappeared, they could easily escape. Yes. Elder Yun nodded. Yin Hui's expression suddenly became sluggish. Elder Yun looked at the artifact spirit and the grey castle floating beside Qin Fei Yang. There was deep fear in his eyes as he said, its strength is something you will never be able to imagine. It seems that you still remember what happened back then. The weapon spirit joked. Back then, you slaughtered most of the disciples of the Divine Palace. How can we forget this kind of blood feud? Elder Yun shouted. What? Slaughtered most of the disciples of the Divine Palace? Qin Fei Yang and Mu Tianyang looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. Who told you to provoke this lord? The weapon spirit sneered. Mu Tianyang transmitted his voice. Lord, is this true? Yes. At that time, I hadn't become the lord of the law enforcement hall. Shangguan Fenglan nodded. Little girl, when this lord saw you in the Divine Palace, I already knew that you were not a fish in a pond. As expected, it didn't take long for you to become the lord of the law enforcement hall. The weapon spirit laughed in a hoarse voice. You used to be a disciple of the Divine Palace? Qin Fei Yang and Elder Yun looked at Shangguan Fenglan in surprise. Yes. When it came to the Divine Palace to slaughter, I saw the whole process with my own eyes. I still can't forget that bloody scene. Shangguan Fenglan said in a deep voice. Qin Fei Yang asked suspiciously, then why did it slaughter the Divine Palace? Just for a small matter. At that time, a disciple of the Divine Palace accidentally came across it. That disciple was greedy and wanted to control it. You can imagine the result. Not only did that disciple not get what he wanted, but he also died in its hands. Because of this, it vented its anger on the entire Divine Palace. Overnight, most of the disciples of the Divine Palace died in its hands. Since then, we have been looking for it, but it seemed to have disappeared from the world. We searched the entire northern region but couldn't find it. Shangguan Fenglan said. I see. Qin Fei Yang suddenly understood. If what Shangguan Fenglan said was true, this demonic creature was indeed ferocious. But then again, how could they be called demons if they weren't ferocious? This venerable one's magic power reaches the heavens and possesses remarkable abilities. How could you small fries find me? The artifact spirit said disdainfully. Shangguan Fenglan sneered, then aren't you in Jiang Haotian's hands now? The artifact spirit smiled awkwardly and said, he's an exception. Moreover, this sovereign is willing to follow him. Willing? How can a monster like you have the resources to follow a human? Shangguan Fenglan sneered. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Jiang Haotian, you have to be careful. Who knows what it is plotting? The artifact spirit sneered, I didn't expect that after becoming the hall master of the enforcement hall, you would learn to sow discord. You, Shangguan Fenglan glared at the weapon spirit. If you want to die here, feel free to provoke me. The artifact spirit snickered, his tone carrying a trace of killing intent. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying murderous intent burst out from his body. Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang instinctively thought that it was the artifact spirit that had angered Shangguan Fenglan. Even the artifact spirit also thought that it was Shangguan Fenglan who had erupted with killing intent. However, there was no killing intent from Shangguan Fenglan. If it wasn't Shangguan Fenglan, then who was it? It was also at this moment that Qin Feiyang suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. He abruptly turned his head and immediately saw a ferocious face grinning at him. That's right. It was Yin Hui. Yin Hui was holding a dagger in her hand. And the front half of the dagger had sunk into Qin Feiyang's lower abdomen. Drops of purple gold dragon blood continued to spill out. An extremely pure dragon's might suddenly spread out. Damn it. Qin Feiyang lowered his head to look, and his eyes immediately surged with killing intent. Huiya. What are you doing? This scene caught Elder Yun and the patriarch of the Yin family off guard. Shangguan Fenglan was also a little dazed. But suddenly, her eyes were filled with surprise. How could there be a dragon's might? That is, immediately after. She noticed that drops of purple gold blood were floating out from between Qin Feiyang and Yin Hui. At that moment, her eyes suddenly widened, and then she hurriedly rushed towards Yin Hui. Shangguan Fenglan, what do you want to do? Elder Yun's expression changed, thinking that Shangguan Fenglan was going to harm Yin Hui. He hurriedly got up and blocked in front of Shangguan Fenglan. Shangguan Fenglan pointed at the purple gold dragon blood that was floating down and exclaimed, Elder Yun, look at that blood. Blood? Elder Yun was slightly stunned. He turned his head to look, and his old eyes were immediately filled with surprise. Yin Hui was also a little stunned when she heard the conversation between the two. What blood? Why was she making such a fuss? But when she lowered her head to look at Qin Feiyang's lower abdomen, her expression immediately froze. Mu Tianyang looked at the three of them and sighed, looks like I can't hide it anymore. I was careless. How could this Yin Hui let this go? Previously, when she ran over, she seemed to be angry at Elder Yun, but in fact, she took the opportunity to get close to me, and then attacked me when I wasn't paying attention. Qin Feiyang transmitted. Then what should we do now? Mu Tianyang secretly said. Qin Feiyang did not answer, his eyes flickering. It's getting more and more interesting. The artifact spirit muttered secretly, and a terrifying aura surged out, causing Yin Hui to be sent flying on the spot. Immediately, the wound on Qin Feiyang's lower abdomen was exposed to everyone's eyes. It's actually purple gold blood. The Yin family patriarch also looked at Qin Feiyang's lower abdomen in surprise. This place once again fell into a dead silence. Phew. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang let out a long breath, took out a spirit sea pill, and threw it into his mouth. With the bloodline power exposed, he was relieved. Shangguan Fenglan also finally came back to her senses, looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked, Jiang Haotian, you are, Elder Yun, Yin Hui, and the Yin family patriarch also came back to their senses when they heard Shangguan Fenglan's voice, and immediately raised their heads to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang glanced at the four of them and said lightly, if I say that this is not purple gold dragon blood, you will definitely not believe me, so I simply admit it. Shangguan Fenglan said again, how do you have the bloodline power of the purple gold dragon blood? In fact, she had already thought of it, but she found it hard to accept. Because I am the descendant of Qin Batian. Qin Feiyang said. Shangguan Fenglan's eyes trembled. Since he had admitted it himself, then it must be true. He is actually the descendant of Qin Batian. Elder Yun, Yin Hui, and the Yin family patriarch were also in extreme disbelief. Who didn't know the name of Qin Batian? He was once an influential figure in the entire northern region, and a peerless genius who overshadowed countless geniuses. They never expected that he actually left behind a descendant. And he was as outstanding as him. After a long while, Shangguan Fenglan finally came back to her senses, looked at Qin Feiyang, and asked, "Does Madman know?" Qin Feiyang said, "From the first day I entered the Ninth Heaven Palace, he knew. That bastard, he actually hid such an important matter from us." Shangguan Fenglan was extremely angry. "I am really grateful to senior brother Madman. Because if he didn't help me hide my identity, I might have attracted the dragons." Qin Feiyang said. At first, he was also very puzzled. Why would Madman help him? It wasn't until he found the historical book in the Vice Palace Master's study and learned about the secret of that year that he understood that Madman was protecting him. Of course. Qin Feiyang also knew. Madman protected him not because of him, but because of his ancestor. In other words, Madman was protecting him on behalf of his ancestor. Dragons? Shangguan Fenglan was taken aback, and said in surprise, "That's right. I already know what happened to my ancestor back then." Qin Feiyang nodded. Shangguan Fenglan said, "How do you know? Did your ancestor tell you?" "If my ancestor told me, would I still enter the Ninth Heaven Palace? To tell you the truth, since I was born, I have never seen my ancestor." Qin Feiyang sighed, took out the historical book from the universe ring, and said, "It was this that let me know everything." Shangguan Fenglan looked at the historical book, and her pupils suddenly shrank. Qin Feiyang said, "This is why I want to enter the Ninth Heaven Palace and enter the Vice Palace Master's study." "So you entered the Ninth Heaven Palace purely to investigate your ancestor?" Shangguan Fenglan suddenly understood. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then why did you leave the Ninth Heaven Palace?" Shangguan Fenglan frowned. "It's very simple. I don't want to implicate the Ninth Heaven Palace. The Ninth Heaven Palace is indebted to my ancestor, so it is also indebted to me. And my true identity will be exposed sooner or later, so I chose to leave." Qin Feiyang said. Shangguan Fenglan said, "Then go to the treasure pavilion and help our Ninth Heaven Palace remove the ban, repay the kindness." Qin Feiyang said. "Repay the kindness," Shangguan Fenglan murmured. Sigh. Elder Yun looked deeply at Qin Feiyang, and then turned to look at Yin Hui. "Do you see? In order to repay the kindness, in order to not implicate our Ninth Heaven Palace, what did they do? And what did you do? All day long, fighting for power and profit, afraid that our Ninth Heaven Palace will not be in chaos." Yin Hui lowered her head in shame. "Actually, at the beginning, I didn't want to bother with your Feng family at all. Because my goal was very clear, and that was to investigate the matter of my ancestor. But what about you? From the beginning of the assessment, you set up a trap to harm me. I believe that if it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to endure such a thing." Qin Feiyang looked at Yin Hui and said. Yin Hui sighed faintly and said, "Things have already come to this. Is there any meaning in saying this?" "There is indeed no meaning." Qin Feiyang said. Shangguan Fenglan looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "That Jiang Haotian shouldn't be your real name, right?" "En." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "My name is Qin Feiyang." "Qin Feiyang." Shangguan Fenglan whispered. She suddenly bent down and bowed to Qin Feiyang, and said gratefully, "Thank you for all that you have done for my Ninth Heaven Palace." Sigh. "This small matter, compared to what your Ninth Heaven Palace has done for my ancestor, what is it?" Qin Feiyang sighed. Chapter 2192. Shangguan Fenglan was silent. Indeed. Back then, in order to protect Qin Batian, Zhoutian Palace had sacrificed too much, so much so that many people could not accept it. For example, the Great Elder had always been brooding over the death of the Palace Master. He also hated the name Qin Batian to the extreme. Alas! A moment later, Shangguan Fenglan sighed, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, "It's all in the past, let's not talk about it." Qin Feiyang nodded. Shangguan Fenglan glanced at Yin Hui and then at Elder Yun, and said, although Yin Hui has repeatedly harmed you, I still want to plead for her. I know. After all, she is Elder Yun's daughter. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. You may not know. Back then, in order to protect your ancestor, Elder Yun also participated in the bloody battle with the dragons. And he almost died at that time. Shangguan Fenglan said. Almost died. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Yes. I believe you can also see that Elder Yun is a very good person. I really don't want him to suffer the pain of losing his daughter at this age. Shangguan Fenglan sighed. Qin Feiyang was silent. Of course. I also understand how you feel. After all, she has tried to harm you more than once. But I believe that after this incident, coupled with Elder Yun's restraint in the future, she will definitely slowly restrain herself. Not to mention for our sake, just for the sake of Elder Yun's protection of your ancestor, you should let her go. Shangguan Fenglan said. Qin Feiyang frowned. Your ancestor valued friendship and righteousness. If it was him today, I believe he would do the same. Shangguan Fenglan said again. Qin Feiyang still did not say a word. Elder Yun sighed secretly, turned to look at Yin Hui, and said, Give me the dagger. Yin Hui was stunned and asked suspiciously, What are you going to do? Don't ask. Elder Yun said. Yin Hui glanced at the dagger in her hand and looked at Elder Yun suspiciously. She then tossed the dagger to Elder Yun. The dagger was still stained with purple gold dragon blood. Elder Yun grabbed the dagger and walked towards Qin Feiyang. This time, the artifact spirit was no longer careless. However, Elder Yun had no intention of harming Qin Feiyang. He walked in front of Qin Feiyang and handed him the dagger with both hands. Qin Feiyang looked at the dagger and frowned. What are you doing? Earlier, Yin Hui used this dagger to assassinate you. Right now, give him a taste of his own medicine. Use this dagger and chop off this old man's head. I only ask that you give her a way out after this old man dies. Old Yun lowered his head and said. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Are you really willing to die for her? I have no regrets. Elder Yun nodded. Then, he turned to look at Yin Hui and smiled. After this old man dies, live a good life. Don't think about avenging us anymore. Yin Hui's face was dull. Even if it was an unrelated person, seeing the other party risking his life to save her, she would be touched. Not to mention that the old man in front of her was her biological father. Although this biological father came too suddenly and she couldn't accept it for a while, she still couldn't help but feel a trace of warmth in her heart. Jiang Hao, Qin Feiyang, use this old man's life to end this once and for all. Come on. Elder Yun didn't wait for Yin Hui to answer. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said. His eyes were firm, without the slightest fear of death. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, Mu Tianyang, don't be silent. Give me a suggestion. Mu Tianyang said helplessly, What advice can I give on this kind of thing? Do as you see fit. Qin Feiyang really didn't know how to choose for a moment. Yin Hui did deserve to be killed. But back then, it was an indisputable fact that Elder Yun protected his ancestor. Now, Elder Yun even used his own life to exchange for Yin Hui's. He couldn't bear such great fatherly love. What's going on? She tried to harm me again and again, and I actually sympathize with her. Could it be that I'm just like my ancestors, hiding a benevolent heart? No. This woman must not be allowed to live. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. With Yin Hui's personality, even if he let her go now, she wouldn't know how to be grateful and would definitely continue to harm him. She was a disaster. If he didn't get rid of her, there would be endless trouble in the future. Seeing the killing intent in Qin Feiyang's eyes, Elder Yun's heart trembled. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Since you're not going to do it, I'll do it myself. After saying that, he grabbed the dagger and stabbed it toward the top of his head. No. Yin Hui's expression changed as she hurriedly cried out. Shangguan Fenglan's expression also changed greatly as she hurriedly went forward to stop him. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, raised his big hand like lightning, and grabbed Elder Yun's wrist. You! Elder Yun looked at him in shock. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. A moment later, he suddenly smiled coldly and said, "Since you want to die, then let me personally end your life." After saying that, he snatched the dagger from Elder Yoon's hand and with a poochie sound, it pierced into Elder Yoon's head. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Father, Yin Hui crazily pounced in front of Elder Yoon and slapped towards Qin Feiyang. However, Qin Feiyang seemed to have already expected this. He released the dagger and retreated. Yin Hui did not chase after him. She hugged Elder Yoon, who was slowly falling down, her face full of pain. "Don't die, I beg you, you've already abandoned me once. Don't leave me again, okay?" However, no matter how she shouted, she couldn't stop Elder Yoon's life from dissipating. Live well, Elder Yoon powerlessly grabbed Yin Hui's hand, his face full of love. "No, if you die, what's the point of me living? I beg you, you must hold on." Yin Hui shook her head, took out a large number of life pills and God Soul pills, and stuffed them into Elder Yoon's mouth, but to no avail. Soon, the fluctuations of life completely dissipated. "Wake up, I'll change. As long as you wake up, I will never seek revenge on Qin Feiyang again, I beg you. I've already lost too much, I can't lose you too." Yin Hui roared, tears falling like rain. Shangguan Fenglan looked at Elder Yoon, then turned to look at Qin Feiyang angrily, and said, "He's already like this, and even knelt down in front of you, can't you let him go?" Qin Feiyang did not answer and looked at Yin Hui silently. "Please, wake up, okay? I really know I was wrong. In the future, I will definitely turn over a new leaf and be a good person." Yin Hui kept crying out sorrowfully, full of regret. Why did it become like this?" Qin Feiyang finally opened his mouth and asked, "Are you serious? Do you really know you're wrong?" "I really know I was wrong." Yin Hui nodded, as if she had lost her soul, as if she was a walking corpse. But, now that she knew she was wrong, what could she do? Could she save the life of the old man in her arms? Qin Feiyang looked at Yin Hui, suddenly smiled, looked down at Elder Yoon, and said, "You can get up." As his voice fell, Elder Yoon immediately opened his eyes. The dissipated fluctuations of life appeared again. "This is..." Shangguan Fenglan's eyes widened. Yin Hui and the head of the Yin family also looked at Elder Yoon in shock. What was going on? Elder Yoon looked at Yin Hui with gratification, got up and looked at Qin Feiyang, bowed and said, "Thank you." Qin Feiyang said, "No need to thank me, I just hope that in the future, she won't trouble me again. Don't worry, I will restrain her and enlighten her. If there is a next time, you don't need to do anything, I will personally end her life." Elder Yoon said. "That's good." Qin Feiyang nodded. Yin Hui heard the conversation between the two, looked up at the dagger on the top of Elder Yoon's head, and said in confusion, "Father, what is going on?" Elder Yoon smiled, grabbed the dagger, and pulled it out directly. Blood spurted out, but he didn't look weak at all. He looked at the dagger, looked at Yin Hui, and said with a smile, "Actually, Qin Feiyang didn't really want to kill me just now." Yin Hui was surprised. Shangguan Fenglan also looked at Elder Yoon suspiciously. Elder Yoon said with a smile, "This knife didn't hit my soul, it only pierced through my sea of consciousness." Yin Hui was stunned and asked, "Why did he?" Elder Yoon said, "Do you want to say why he did this?" "Yes." Yin Hui nodded. "He is a good person. Just before, when I was about to commit suicide, he stopped me and secretly sent me a message, saying that he wanted to test you." Elder Yoon said. "Test?" Yin Hui was more and more confused. "He said that he wanted me to pretend to be killed. After I fall, if you can repent, then this matter will be dropped. And if you continue to be stubborn, then I will no longer care about your life and death." I also agreed. "And in the end, you didn't let me down." Elder Yoon smiled with relief. "I see." Shangguan Fenglan suddenly understood. Thinking about it carefully, when Qin Feiyang grabbed Elder Yoon's wrist, he did pause for a moment before snatching the dagger from Elder Yoon's hand. In other words, it was in a moment, Qin Feiyang and Elder Yoon secretly reached an agreement. What a false alarm. Shangguan Fenglan looked at Qin Feiyang and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I wronged you again." "It doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm used to it." Qin Feiyang said lightly. Shangguan Fenglan smiled awkwardly. Qin Feiyang looked at Yin Hui and said, "If it wasn't for Elder Yoon this time, even the gods wouldn't be able to save you. I hope you can cherish this opportunity. Yin Hui looked at Qin Fei Yang with a complicated expression. After a long time, she sighed and said gratefully, "Thank you." Qin Fei Yang looked at Elder Yun again and said, "I have repaid the favor of you protecting my ancestor. If there is a next time, I won't be merciful." "Thank you." Elder Yun also expressed his sincere gratitude. As for you, Qin Fei Yang looked at the patriarch of the Yin family. The patriarch of the Yin family immediately panicked. "Forget it. You're on your own in the future." Qin Fei Yang shook his head. "Thank you, young Master Jiang." The patriarch of the Yin family was overjoyed and quickly bowed to thank him. Qin Fei Yang waved his hand and nodded to the artifact spirit. The artifact spirit waved his hand, and the death domain immediately collapsed, and the death force that robbed vitality also dissipated. At this time, Shangguan Fenglan and the others were completely relieved. Chapter 2193. Alright, it's time to go. When the artifact spirit and the Grey Castle returned to the Qi Sea, Qin Fei Yang said with a smile, "Go." Shangguan Fenglan was startled, and asked suspiciously, "Where to?" Qin Fei Yang swept his gaze across the endless sea, and laughed, "The world is so big, there must be a place where I can go." Shangguan Fenglan frowned, "You aren't going to look for the dragons, are you?" "Look for the dragons? With my current strength, would I dare to look for them? I still have this bit of self-awareness." Qin Fei Yang shook his head and laughed. After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Shangguan Fenglan. "Oh right, don't make things difficult for Long Tianyu." "Why should I make things difficult for him? He's just a child," Shangguan Fenglan said. Qin Fei Yang was startled, and laughed. "Then it seems that I was worried for nothing. Alright then, take care, when you go back later, help me thank your sister, and tell her not to look for Yin Hui anymore." After he finished saying those words, Qin Fei Yang waved his hand and disappeared. Elder Yun looked at Qin Fei Yang's back and laughed. "What a loyal and righteous young man." "That's right. This personality is too similar to his ancestors. It's a pity that our Nine Heavens Palace can't protect him, otherwise, he wouldn't have to wander outside." Shangguan Fenglan sighed. "Dragons," Elder Yun muttered, shook his head and sighed. "This terrifying race is indeed not something that our Nine Heavens Palace can provoke." Shangguan Fenglan nodded. Suddenly, Elder Yun slapped his head and exclaimed, "Qin Fei Yang, wait a minute." "What is it?" Qin Fei Yang stopped and looked back at Elder Yun in confusion. Elder Yun turned to look at Yin Hui and said, "Hui, give me the crescent jade pendant." "Father, you're not going to give it to him, are you?" Yin Hui looked at Elder Yun in shock. "Don't ask, just give it to me." Elder Yun laughed. Yin Hui sighed helplessly. She took out the black crescent moon jade pendant and passed it to Elder Yun. Elder Yun immediately chased after Qin Fei Yang with the jade pendant. Throughout the entire process, Qin Fei Yang looked at Elder Yun suspiciously. Meanwhile, Mu Tianyang frowned as he looked at Elder Yun's back. Very soon, Elder Yun rushed in front of Qin Fei Yang and stuffed the crescent jade pendant into Qin Fei Yang's hand. "This is..." Qin Fei Yang was suspicious. Not long ago, he had seen Yin Hui use this crescent jade pendant. However, he did not know what use this jade pendant had. Elder Yun said, "This old man knows that you will fight with the dragons sooner or later. At that time, this mystic moon jade pendant will be able to save your life at a critical moment." "Divine moon jade pendant," Qin Fei Yang mumbled. Elder Yun said, "This mystic moon jade pendant is made of heavenly domain divine stone. You probably don't know about heavenly domain divine stone, right?" Qin Fei Yang nodded. Heavenly domain divine stone? He seemed to have heard Shangguan Fenglan mention this thing before. Could it be that Shangguan Fenglan was talking about this mystic moon jade pendant? Heavenly domain divine stone is extremely rare. There are only 3 in the entire northern region. One is in this old man's hands. One is in the hands of the pavilion master of the treasure pavilion. The other is in the hands of our Nine Heavens Palace master. Elder Yun said. "So little?" Qin Fei Yang was surprised. Suddenly, his expression froze as he asked suspiciously, "Wait, didn't the palace master already fall?" "The palace master has already fallen, But when your ancestor left with the dragons, she gave the heavenly domain divine stone to your ancestor. It was also because of the heavenly domain divine stone that your ancestor successfully escaped when the dragons were about to deprive him of his bloodline power. Elder Yun said. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and asked, then what is the use of the heavenly domain divine stone? The heavenly domain divine stone doesn't have any lethality, but it has a heaven-defying ability that can completely block a person's existence. Elder Yun said. Completely block a person's existence. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. As long as you have the heavenly domain divine stone, no one can find you with their divine sense. Even some divine objects with the ability to spy on you can't spy on your existence. In short, the heavenly domain divine stone and the hidden soul stone have the same effect, but they are of a higher level. The hidden soul stone is useless in the face of an existence above the paramount God level. But the heavenly domain divine stone is different. Even if it's an existence above the paramount God level, as long as they don't say anything and stand behind him, he won't be able to sense it. Elder Yun said. So powerful? Qin Feiyang was shocked. When he came back to his senses, he looked at Mu Qing and whispered, what about the all-seeing eye? The all-seeing eye? Elder Yun was stunned and said suspiciously, are you talking about the legendary all-seeing eye, one of the top 10 fighting souls? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. I haven't tried it yet. Because the all-seeing eye has never appeared in the northern region. Elder Yun said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, then I will accept it. Elder Yun said, if you don't accept it, I will feel bad. He did this to make up for the harm the Feng family had done to Qin Feiyang. Thank you. Qin Feiyang thanked him and put the divine moon jade pendant on his neck. Elder Yun said, then we will meet again. See you again. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled, then turned and disappeared at the end of the sea. It's finally over. Elder Yun let out a long breath and a rare smile appeared on his face. He then turned and flew toward Shangguan Fenglan and the others. Yin Hui was speechless and said, Father, you really gave it to him. No matter how powerful the celestial divine stone is, it is just a worldly possession. What's the harm in giving it to him? Elder Yun said with a smile. You are really generous. Yin Hui complained unhappily. Enough. Let's not talk about the past. Elder Yun said. Shangguan Fenglan glanced at Yin Hui and then looked at Elder Yun and said, Elder Yun, I think Qin Feiyang's true identity should continue to be hidden. That's what this old man thinks too. Back then, for Qin Batian, the dragons went to war. Now, if Qin Feiyang's identity is exposed, I am afraid that the same thing will happen again. Elder Yun was worried. Sigh. Although the power of the purple gold dragon blood can give them unprecedented talent, it is also a fatal source of disaster. Shangguan Fenglan sighed. Yes. Hui Brother Yin, if the grudge is over, I hope that you can keep Qin Feiyang's identity a secret. Elder Yun looked at Yin Hui and Elder Yun and said, Don't worry. At this point, how can I still be his enemy? Right now, I just want to live the rest of my life in peace. The patriarch of the Yin family sighed. Yin Hui pondered for a while and said, If revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? I have thought it through and will stay by your side in the future. Elder Yun and the patriarch of the Yin family looked at each other with smiles on their faces. Elder Yun suddenly turned to Shangguan Fenglan and asked, Fenglan, can Hui enter Nine Heaven Palace again? Enter Nine Heaven Palace? Of course not. Although the grudge between you and Qin Feiyang is over, the world knows about Yin Hui's death. Not to mention entering Nine Heaven Palace, even if you appear in front of others, it will cause a commotion. At that time, I'm afraid that the world will talk about you behind your back. Shangguan Fenglan was stunned and hurriedly looked at Elder Yun. Elder Yun shook his head and said, I'm not afraid of people talking. Father, let it go. Although you're not afraid, Nine Heaven Palace can't bear this infamy. Anyway, I've already seen through everything. It doesn't matter if I return to Nine Heaven Palace or not. Yin Hui said. Then you, Elder Yun was anxious. As a father, he naturally wanted the best for his children. In his opinion, letting Yin Hui return to Nine Heaven Palace was the best. Since I'm a dead person now, there's no need to cause a commotion. I'm going to hide my identity and find a remote place to live a new life. Yin Hui said. Hui, I'll go with you. As for hiding your identity, now that you and Elder Yun have acknowledged each other, you can go back to your original name, the patriarch of the Yin family said. Go back to my original name, Yin Hui murmured and nodded with a smile. All right, I'll be called Yun Wang from now on. I'll forget everything in the past and live a new life. Yun Wang? The patriarch of the Yin family and Elder Yun looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. How could she give a name so casually? However, this was Yin Hui's idea, so they couldn't say much. Shangguan Fenglan looked at Elder Yun and smiled. Then let's go back. You can go back. Elder Yun said. En. Shangguan Fenglan was stunned. It wasn't easy to reunite with Hui. I want to spend some time with her. When you go back, please apologize to the Great Elder on my behalf. However, although I won't return to Nine Heaven Palace, I'll always be a member of Nine Heaven Palace. In the future, if Nine Heaven Palace is in trouble, I'll rush back to help. Elder Yun said. Shangguan Fenglan smiled helplessly and nodded. All right, I'll pass on your words to Great Elder without missing a word. Thank you for your help. Elder Yun smiled gratefully and cupped his hands. Then we'll meet again. See you later. Shangguan Fenglan also cupped her hands and smiled. Hui, brother Yin, let's go. Elder Yun looked at Yin Hui and the patriarch of the Yin family and smiled, then turned and flew away. Yin Hui and the other two nodded to Shangguan Fenglan and Mu Tianyang, and immediately chased after Elder Yun. Shangguan Fenglan looked at the backs of the three people and shook her head. I thought that Yin Hui would definitely die, but I didn't expect it to end like this. There's nothing I can do. Who asked Yin Hui to be Elder Yun's biological daughter? And I know Qin Feiyang too well. It's hard to refuse someone who owes him a favor. Mu Tianyang said. Shangguan Fenglan was slightly stunned. She turned to look at Mu Tianyang and said, if you didn't say anything, I would have forgotten that you were here. Mu Tianyang was stunned and said speechlessly, is my presence that low? Shangguan Fenglan asked, did you already know Qin Feiyang's true identity? Isn't it obvious? Mu Tianyang said. Then what about Hue Yi? Shangguan Fenglan asked again. He doesn't know. He's the only one among us who's kept in the dark. Mu Tianyang smiled. In fact, Hue Yi already knew that Qin Feiyang had the power of the purple gold dragon blood when Qin Feiyang fought with the black dragon. He just didn't show it. Shangguan Fenglan nodded and said, then let's go back. Chapter 2194. You go back first, I still have something to do. Mu Tianyang said, seeming to be a little absent-minded. What can you have to do? Shangguan Fenglan frowned. Mu Tianyang was slightly stunned, and immediately looked at Shangguan Fenglan angrily, saying, Palace Master, what you said makes me uncomfortable. I am also a human, why can't I have something to do? Shangguan Fenglan was stunned and said with a smile, okay, you can go back by yourself when you are done. Be careful on the way, the Sky Dragon Sea is not a joke. Okay. Mu Tianyang nodded. Swish. Shangguan Fenglan disappeared from Mu Tianyang's sight with a teleport. Mu Tianyang hurriedly called Mu Qing out and said in a deep voice, open the all-seeing eye and see if you can spy on Qin Feiyang. Mu Qing nodded, and a strange light suddenly appeared in his eyes, but what he saw in the end was chaos. How can this be? Mu Qing was surprised. Mu Tianyang looked at him suspiciously. Although in the Sky Dragon Sea, it will affect the all-seeing eye, I can still see the general direction. But now, I can't see his trace at all, not even a trace. Mu Qing said in disbelief. There is no trace at all, Mu Tianyang murmured, and his face suddenly sank. What's wrong? Mu Qing asked. If I'm not wrong, what blocked Qin Feiyang should be that crescent jade pendant. Mu Tianyang gloomily said before asking, Artifact Spirit, do you know what that crescent jade pendant is? Yes. It is made of Sky Domain Divine Stone, and it can completely block a person's existence. A hoarse voice full of the smell of blood sounded in Mu Tianyang's body. Damn it. I actually let this guy get such a heaven-defying treasure. Mu Tianyang was furious. Although he had always been at a disadvantage in the hands of Qin Feiyang, he actually didn't care. Because he still had Mu Qing. Mu Qing's all-seeing eye could spy on Qin Feiyang at any time. In other words, he could control Qin Feiyang's movements at any time and place. But now that Qin Feiyang had obtained the divine moon jade pendant, his only advantage was gone. In that case, he would be more passive when dealing with Qin Feiyang in the future. Is there a need to be so angry? Suddenly, a faint laugh rang out. They saw that Qin Feiyang, who had already left, was now standing in front of Mu Tianyang. You didn't leave? Mu Tianyang raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, I suddenly thought of you, so I came back. Mu Tianyang snorted coldly, you really got a big bargain this time. Qin Feiyang said, don't be like this. We are in a cooperative relationship. What's mine is yours. Is that so? Then give it to me now. Mu Tianyang sneered. Qin Feiyang laughed, looked at Mu Tianyang, and asked curiously, the voice that sounded in your body just now, was it the weapon spirit of the Bloodblade? Yes. Mu Tianyang nodded. It can communicate with you? It's really strange. Why have Chang Shui and the weapon spirit of the ancient castle never communicated with me? Qin Feiyang frowned. Mu Tianyang said, how would I know? You have to ask them. If they were willing to communicate with me, would I be so puzzled? Let's not talk nonsense. Do you want to go to the deepest part together? Qin Feiyang asked. I haven't thought about it yet. Mu Tianyang pondered for a while and shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, you are not interested in the most mysterious and powerful divine land of the ancient world. Look at you, it seems like you want me to go. Tell me honestly, are you playing some kind of conspiracy? Mu Tianyang frowned. Conspiracy? You are thinking too much. Do you think I am you? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Mu Tianyang sneered and said, we're all sensible people. Why is there a need to feign ignorance? There is really no conspiracy. I asked you to go purely because we can take care of each other. After all, the Heavenly Dragon Sea is not ordinary danger. I am not confident if I am alone. Qin Feiyang said. Come on. Do you think I don't know? You are afraid that I will snatch the soul line of the Ninth Heaven Palace, so you want to take me with you? Mu Tianyang sneered. Ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed. What? Are you embarrassed that I have seen through you? Mu Tianyang said with a playful face. Well, I admit, I do have this idea. But this is only secondary. As you said, as long as we work together, there is nothing we can't do. And this time, I may enter the Divine Land, so I want to continue to work with you and go to the Divine Land. Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, Mu Tianyang lowered his head and pondered. Mu Qing glanced at Qin Feiyang and frowned, saying, Ancestor, he is going to the Divine Land to find Qin Batian. We don't have to follow him and take the risk, do we? That makes sense. Qin Batian is so powerful. Even if I find him now, I can't take revenge. Mu Tianyang nodded. Qin Feiyang glared at Mu Qing, then looked at Mu Tianyang and said with a smile, Come with me. I will let you cultivate in the castle. Mu Tianyang was stunned, then his eyes lit up and he asked hurriedly, Really? When Mu Qing heard that she could go to the ancient castle to cultivate, she could not help feeling a rush of excitement. Do you think I will lie to you? You can go in now. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Mu Tianyang was really tempted. One day in the castle was equal to 1 year, while 1 day in the Gold Crow Temple was equal to half a year. In the long run, the gap between him and Qin Feiyang would become bigger and bigger. But he hesitated. It was not easy to find out the whereabouts of the soul line. Would it be a pity to give it up? Suddenly, Mu Tianyang looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Didn't you say that Yin Hui has a soul line when you sent the message last night? Why didn't you take it? I didn't think about the soul line at all. Moreover, Elder Yun has already given me the Mystic Moon Jade Pendant. If I were to snatch her soul vein, that would be too unreasonable. Let's talk about it later. How many soul lines can Yin Hui have? Even if she has a few, their levels won't be high. For us, this kind of low-level soul line is meaningless. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Because of the rules of time in the castle, Their speed of refining soulstones was much faster than others, so those low-level soul lines were not enough for them. That's true. Mu Tianyang nodded. Although we can't get a high-level soul line in the northern region, think about it, there will be a lot of soul lines in the Divine Land. Qin Feiyang said again. Makes sense. Mu Tianyang nodded again. The Divine Land was stronger than the northern region, so there must be more soul lines. Although it's difficult to enter the Divine Land, I believe that we can do it together. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Okay. I'll go with you. Tell me about the situation in the Divine Land. In the face of these temptations, Mu Tianyang really couldn't resist, so he didn't hesitate anymore. I also heard about the situation in the Divine Land from the Deputy Pavilion Master. Qin Feiyang took the two of them to the depths of the Sky Dragon Sea while talking slowly. Ninth Heaven Palace. In a courtyard. He's actually a descendant of Qin Batian. The first elder sat in a pavilion, looking at Shangguan Fenglan standing opposite him. He was in a trance. After a long time, he recovered and asked, "Then why didn't you bring him back?" Shangguan Fenglan was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Bring him back for what?" "The son pays his father's debts. Qin Batian killed the palace master, shouldn't he be asked to atone for his sins?" The first elder said angrily. Shangguan Fenglan's body stiffened, and she hurriedly said, "First elder, although the death of the palace master is because of Qin Batian, it's the fault of the dragons." "The fault of the dragons," the first elder murmured and said angrily, "Then why don't you go find the dragons for revenge? Do you have the ability?" "I don't. But we can't put the blame on Qin Batian. Moreover, Qin Batian didn't force us to protect him back then, we did it willingly." "First elder, every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. We can't vent our anger on Qin Batian just because of the death of the palace master. Not to mention Qin Feiyang. He's just a junior, and he only knows the truth now." Shangguan Fenglan shouted. "Shut up. No matter what, the death of the palace master is because of Qin Batian, and this is something this old man will never forgive." The first elder shouted. "Sigh." Shangguan Fenglan sighed and asked, "Then what do you mean?" The first elder said, "Go and catch him for this old man." "Catch him?" "First elder, in order to help our Nine Heavens Palace lift the ban on the treasure pavilion, do you know how much Qin Feiyang has paid? Wouldn't it be disappointing to do this? Moreover, you know Friends' attitude towards Qin Feiyang. He definitely won't let you do this." Shangguan Fenglan said. "Then hide it from him," the first elder said in a deep voice. This, Shangguan Fenglan was at a loss for a moment. "First elder, you're going too far." But at this moment, the courtyard door was kicked open, and a man in fiery clothes strode into the pavilion, looking at the first elder with displeasure. Shangguan Fenglan raised her eyebrows and said, "Huiyi, what are you doing here?" "Mu Tianyang sneaked away in the morning, and I knew that something must have happened, so I quietly ran over. The result is as I expected," Huiyi said. The first elder frowned and looked at Huiyi. "Don't interfere in these matters." "It's not that I want to interfere, it's Master," Huiyi said. "Vice Palace Master?" The first elder was shocked. "Yes. Actually, Master already knew Qin Feiyang's identity," Huiyi said. "Already knew?" The first elder and Shangguan Fenglan looked at each other. Otherwise, why would I approach Qin Feiyang? It's to control his every move. And Master also said that if one day Qin Feiyang's identity is exposed, no one is allowed to fight against him, Huiyi said. "Really?" The first elder didn't believe it. After all, the Vice Palace Master wasn't here, and there was only Huiyi's side of the story. Huiyi said, "Whether it's true or not, won't you know when Master returns?" This, the first elder frowned and hesitated. "I have already conveyed Master's words to you. As for what to do, you can think about it yourself." After Huiyi finished speaking, he didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. Chapter 2195. Shangguan Fenglan's eyes flashed. She turned to look at Huiyi and said, "Don't go yet. Wait for me outside. I have something to ask you." Huiyi was slightly stunned. He looked back at Shangguan Fenglan and nodded. "Okay." After saying that, he walked out of the courtyard and stood outside, waiting for Shangguan Fenglan. Shangguan Fenglan retracted her gaze and looked at the First Elder. First Elder, I know you're uncomfortable, but I still hope you can think twice. The First Elder glanced at Shangguan Fenglan and remained silent. Think about it carefully. I'll take my leave first. Shangguan Fenglan bowed and said before turning to leave. But after taking a few steps, the First Elder suddenly asked, Is Elder Yun really not coming back? Shangguan Fenglan said, It's not that he's not coming back. He just wants to spend more time with his daughter. The First Elder fell silent again. Sigh. Shangguan Fenglan sighed and walked out of the courtyard. She looked at Hu Yi and said, Follow me. After saying that, the two flew in the direction of Lotus Lake. Soon, the two landed on the top of a mountain. Shangguan Fenglan frowned and said, Are you going to find Qin Feiyang? Hu Yi was stunned and said in surprise, How do you know? Intuition. Shangguan Fenglan said. Hu Yi smiled and said, Then you women's intuition is really accurate. Don't be so cheeky. Do you know where Qin Feiyang is going? Do you know what kind of calamity he will face in the future? If you go to find him now, you'll die with him. Shangguan Fenglan said angrily. Ah. Hu Yi looked at Shangguan Fenglan in astonishment and asked, Are you concerned about me? Kind of. But don't misunderstand. I'm concerned about you because of your master. I believe that your master definitely doesn't want you to take this risk. Shangguan Fenglan said. A trace of disappointment crept onto Hu Yi's face. He shook his head and sighed. Do you think I want to go? I have a reason why I have to go. A reason why you have to go? Shangguan Fenglan was stunned. Yes. Hu Yi nodded. What reason? Shangguan Fenglan was suspicious. The corners of Hu Yi's mouth rose as he chuckled and said, If you promise to be my wife, I'll tell you. Scram. Shangguan Fenglan's face darkened. Okay, I'll leave right now. Hu Yi nodded again and again, and before Shangguan Fenglan could react, he disappeared without a trace. Ooh! Shangguan Fenglan stood at the top of the mountain in a daze. After a long while, she came back to her senses. Shaking her head, she sighed and took out the image crystal. Wang. Very soon. A shadow appeared. It was Shangguan Qiu. Elder sister. Shangguan Qiu greeted him warmly. Shangguan Fenglan smiled and said, There's no need to look for Yin Hui anymore. What is it? Shangguan Qiu looked at her in confusion. Shangguan Fenglan said, We have found her and accepted the matter. Qin Feiyang asked me to pass you on to thank you for your help. I see. Shangguan Qiu nodded in understanding, but then his expression suddenly changed. He asked suspiciously, Qin Feiyang? Who is Qin Feiyang? Qin Feiyang is Jiang Haotian. He is the descendant of Qin Batian. Shangguan Fenglan said. What? He is the descendant of Qin Batian? Shangguan Qiu was stunned. You must be surprised. At first, I was like you. Shangguan Fenglan smiled. Are you kidding? Shangguan Qiu asked. Shangguan Fenglan shook her head. No wonder he kept asking about the dragons and insisted on going to the Sea of Sky Dragons. Shangguan Qiu murmured, looked at Shangguan Fenglan and asked, Where is he now? I don't know. We separated at the Sea of Sky Dragons. I think he might want to go to Divine Land. Shangguan Fenglan said. Divine Land. Shangguan Qiu's eyes flickered. Whoosh. Suddenly, there was a sound of something breaking through the air. Shangguan Fenglan turned around and saw a woman in black coming at them like lightning. It was Wang Yun. Shangguan Fenglan looked at Shangguan Qiu and said, Remember not to reveal Qin Feiyang's identity. Understood. Shangguan Qiu nodded. Shangguan Fenglan turned off the image crystal and looked at Wang Yun again. Palace Master, I finally found you. Wang Yun landed in front of Shangguan Fenglan and said, What's the matter? Shangguan Fenglan looked at her in confusion. Wang Yun said, Just now, a disciple reported that someone saw Yin Hui at the Sea of Sky Dragons. Shangguan Fenglan was slightly stunned and nodded. I know about this. You know? Wang Yun was surprised. Yes. Don't worry about this. I have a task for you. From now on, you will guard the entrance of the stairway to heaven. Except for the disciples, If anyone leaves the ninth heaven palace, you must report to me immediately. Especially the great elder, or his confidants. Shangguan Fenglan said. What do you mean? Wang Yun was puzzled. Don't ask, just do as I say. But remember, don't expose your whereabouts. It's best to hide in a space divine item. Shangguan Fenglan said. Yes. Wang Yun responded respectfully, then turned and left quickly. Sigh. What an eventful autumn. Shangguan Fenglan sighed, and with a flash, disappeared without a trace. The Sea of Sky Dragons. In the sky above a certain sea. Dragons, rule the divine land. I didn't expect this race to be so terrifying. After listening to Qin Feiyang's story, Mu Tianyang's face was full of shock. Mu Qing was the same. Qin Feiyang glanced at Mu Tianyang and said, Do you feel the pressure all of a sudden? Pressure? Mu Tianyang smiled and said domineeringly, There is no pressure. I'm only looking forward to the dragon's soul line and treasures. Ah! Qin Feiyang was stunned. The dragons rule the divine land, which is equivalent to ruling the entire ancient world. You can imagine how many treasures there are in the dragon's treasury. Mu Tianyang's eyes lit up as he spoke. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, Why did I only find out now that you are also a moneygrubber? Nonsense. How can I, a dignified emperor, be compared to those vulgar moneygrubbers? Mu Tianyang said discontentedly. Yes, yes, yes. Qin Feiyang nodded repeatedly. Mu Tianyang said, Don't talk nonsense. Let's go to the castle quickly. Mu Qing's eyes were full of expectation when she heard that. So impatient. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Nonsense. You have already broken through to the half-step Divine Lord realm. If I don't work hard, won't I be left further and further behind by you? Mu Tianyang said. What are you afraid of? You have a heaven-defying artifact. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Don't you have one? Mu Tianyang rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang chuckled and glanced at the sea below. The sea was very calm. There was no trace of sea beasts. It seemed that even the heavens were taking care of him and did not encounter any sea beasts causing trouble. What? You don't mean what you say? Do you believe that I will turn around and leave now? Seeing that Qin Feiyang did not respond, Mu Tianyang could not help but raise his eyebrows. Don't. I'll take you in now. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said with a smile, then waved his hand and disappeared above the sea. However, right after Qin Feiyang entered the ancient castle, one enormous head after another emerged from the sea surface. Those were the heads of sea beasts, and they were all extremely ferocious. But the strange thing was that their eyes were filled with fear. At the same time, when Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing appeared in the castle, everyone opened their eyes and looked unfriendly. Especially Tantai Li, the disgust in her eyes was undisguised. Long time no see. But Mu Tianyang acted as if nothing had happened and looked at everyone with a smile. No one paid attention to him. Tantai Li frowned and said, Feiyang, are you really going to let them stay here? No matter what, we are partners now. It's only right that we take care of each other, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. That's right. Although we did have a lot of grudges in the past, we are now on the same boat. Mu Tianyang echoed with a smile. Tantai Li said in a deep voice, Then you'd better behave, or don't blame us for being rude. Madam Li, you're exaggerating. Now that I'm living under someone else's roof, how would I dare to mess around? Mu Tianyang sighed. That's best. Tantai Li snorted coldly, closed her eyes, and continued to cultivate. The others and the white-eyed wolf also closed their eyes and continued to cultivate. Ancestor, do you see that? Their cultivation has already broken through to half-step god lords. Mu Qing looked at everyone with a solemn expression and transmitted her voice. Yes. Mu Tianyang responded secretly. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and said, You can cultivate here, but I definitely won't allow Guozueki. Mu Tianyang was stunned and nodded with a smile. Understood. Qin Feiyang did not say anything else and took out the map of the Sky Dragon Sea. What's this? Mu Tianyang looked at the map suspiciously and said without batting an eyelid, Mu Qing, quickly take the opportunity to cultivate. Yes. Mu Qing responded respectfully. She glanced at the ancient castle, then walked to a corner, took out the soul stone, and sat cross-legged alone to cultivate. Mu Tianyang went to Qin Feiyang's side and looked down at the map. After a moment, he said in surprise, "It's actually the map of the Sky Dragon Sea?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "This is a treasure. Where did you find this?" Mu Tianyang was surprised. "Give it to me, Deputy Pavilion Master," Qin Feiyang said. Mu Tianyang was stunned and exclaimed, "He's even willing to give you such an important map. This old man treats you extraordinarily well." Qin Feiyang didn't pay any more attention to him and carefully looked at the map. After a while, Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "In terms of distance, with our current cultivation, it will take at least 5 years to reach the deepest part of the Sky Dragon Sea." 5 years. Mu Tianyang's expression froze. It actually took 5 years. 5 years is just a conservative estimate. Because on the way, we will definitely encounter a lot of sea beasts. If there are sea beasts, there will definitely be delays. In other words, even if we can overcome the various dangers and successfully reach the deepest part of the Sky Dragon Sea, I'm afraid it will take at least 7 to 8 years. It's really a long journey, Qin Feiyang sighed. 7 to 8 years it is. Anyway, you're the one who's rushing. I'll take the opportunity to cultivate. Mu Tianyang laughed. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he could not help but stare at Mu Tianyang angrily. Chapter 2196. It's no use glaring at me. Because I only said that I would accompany you to the Divine Land, but I didn't say that I would travel with you. Mu Tianyang chuckled, then turned around and walked to Mu Qing's side, ignoring Qin Feiyang's anger. He sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead weakly. To be honest, he didn't want to travel. Because it was a waste of time. But the castle was sealed by the golden small beast, so he had to control it himself. As for the Black Tortoise Realm, that was even more so. The Black Tortoise Realm was a real small world, and no one except him could control it. Wait, wasn't there the Grey Castle? Qin Feiyang patted his head. He could enter the Grey Castle and let the weapon spirit take him to the deepest part. In this way, he could stay in the castle and cultivate. With that in mind, Qin Feiyang left the castle. At that moment, he was stunned. Why were there so many sea beasts on the sea? He didn't even see one before. At the same time, those sea beasts that thought that Qin Feiyang had left and floated to the surface of the sea, saw Qin Feiyang appear again, and immediately dived into the sea in panic. In the blink of an eye, not a single sea beast could be seen on the surface of the sea. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was extremely shocked. Why did they all look like they had seen a ghost? After thinking for a long time, Qin Feiyang still couldn't figure out the reason, so he flew forward. Just like before, it was calm all the way. Those sea beasts seemed to have disappeared into thin air. An hour later, a small island appeared in front of him. The island was overgrown with weeds and rocks, and it looked extremely desolate. Qin Feiyang took out the map, checked it carefully, and his eyes darkened slightly. According to the map, this island was a very dangerous place. Because there was a demigod sea beast king on the island, and it ruled the nearby sea area with a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Qin Feiyang put away the map, glanced at the island, and finally gritted his teeth and flew over the island. However, even after he had traversed more than half of the island, he didn't see a single sea beast. Not to mention the so-called Sea Beast King. What the hell is going on? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something and lowered his head to look at a canyon on the left. A trace of bewilderment crept into his eyes. There was actually a corpse in the canyon. It was the corpse of a vicious crocodile. It was over 10 meters long and its body was covered in thick scales. Qin Feiyang swooped down and landed beside the corpse. The corpse did not decompose. His blood did not coagulate either. It felt like he had died not long ago. There were no other wounds on the corpse except for a bloody hole between the eyebrows of the head. It was obvious that he had been killed with a single blow, and his soul had been shattered. Wait a minute. Qin Feiyang seemed to have discovered something. He frowned slightly and moved closer to look at the blood flowing out of the bloody hole. The color of this blood was different from normal blood. It was a dark red color. This isn't right. Normal blood would never be dark red in color. Only those people or beasts that had been dead for a long time would have blood like this. Could it be that this vicious crocodile hadn't just died? That's right. The cultivation of this vicious crocodile must be very strong. That's why its blood did not coagulate and its body did not rot. Only its blood changed color. Wait a minute. Could this vicious crocodile in front of him be the half-step God Realm Sea Beast King? If it was really it, then all of this would make sense. After all, a half-step paragon god's body wouldn't rot for at least a few thousand years. If that was the case, then this vicious crocodile had been dead for at least 4 to 5 years. What are you looking at? Suddenly, the spirit appeared and asked puzzledly. Look at it. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and pointed at the corpse of the vicious crocodile. The spirit glanced at the corpse and said, "It's probably been dead for 4 to 5 years. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, "You think so too? I can tell by looking at its blood. But, is there a problem? You've been here for so long?" The spirit asked. "No. I'm just curious. How did it die?" Qin Feiyang said. "What's there to be curious about? Sea beasts are the same as you humans. In order to fight for territory, they often kill. Besides, every day, many people come to the Sky Dragon Sea to adventure. Maybe some expert came to this island and killed it." The spirit said. "I know. But I found a problem." Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "What problem?" The spirit was suspicious. "You said that the Sky Dragon Sea is the biggest forbidden area in the North region. There are countless sea beasts. But since I set off until now, I haven't even met a single sea beast. The strangest thing is that half an hour ago, when I came out of the castle, I saw a lot of sea beasts. However, when they saw me, it was as if they had seen a ghost and all of them dived into the sea. This doesn't fit their personality." Qin Feiyang frowned and said. The spirit said, "Maybe you're lucky. They're full today and don't want to bother with you." Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This reason was too nonsensical. The spirit said impatiently, "Is there a need to be troubled by these small problems? Let's go." "Is this just a small problem?" Qin Feiyang muttered. In his opinion, this was a big problem, because this was too abnormal. Roar. Suddenly, a series of deafening roars came from behind. Qin Feiyang was startled. So, he hastily soared into the sky, and raised his head to look over. Whoosh! He saw a fiery red flowing light streaking across the sky like lightning, flying toward the small island. And behind it, a large group of sea beasts followed. Each of them was ferocious and full of hostility. Obviously, they were chasing that fiery red flowing light. When the flowing light approached, Qin Feiyang was stunned. How could it be him? That was a young man wearing a fiery red robe. His long hair was also red like fire. From afar, it looked like a ball of flame. That's right. He was Huiyi. When did he come to the Sky Dragon Sea? Qin Feiyang looked at Huiyi suspiciously. The spirit took a look at Huiyi and returned to Qin Feiyang's body. Qin Feiyang? Soon. Huiyi also noticed Qin Feiyang and laughed. "So you're here. What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why did it sound like he was here specifically to find him? Whoosh! Huiyi rushed to the front of Qin Feiyang, looked back at the sea beasts behind him, and said anxiously, "Run for your life first, we'll talk later." After saying that, Huiyi continued to run without looking back. Qin Feiyang stood in the air in a daze. He was really here to find him? What are you still doing? Didn't you see those sea beasts? Let's go. Realizing that Qin Feiyang did not follow, Huiyi immediately stopped and looked at Qin Feiyang. Okay. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and was about to turn around and chase after Huiyi, but at this moment, a strange scene appeared. The sea beasts that were chasing him actually turned around and ran away like a swarm of bees. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Huiyi also had a look of astonishment. Moreover, Qin Feiyang also found that when those sea beasts saw him, it was exactly the same as the sea beasts he encountered half an hour ago. Their eyes were filled with deep fear. What was going on? Huoyi scratched his head and flew to Qin Feiyang's side. Looking at the escaping sea beasts, he asked suspiciously, "Did they suffer in your hands?" "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Then why did they run away as soon as they saw you?" Huoyi asked. "How would I know? I've been wondering about this problem. Since I entered the Heavenly Dragon Sea, I haven't seen a single sea beast attack me," Qin Feiyang said. "No way." Huoyi was dumbfounded. Along the way, he was chased by sea beasts until he almost had nowhere to go. "It's true," Qin Feiyang said. "Is it so strange?" Huoyi frowned. "It's a little strange." Qin Feiyang nodded. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Huoyi. "Why did you come here?" Huoyi chuckled and said, "Of course I'm here to find you. Why are you looking for me? Also, how did you know I was in the Heavenly Dragon Sea?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Looking for you, naturally there's a reason," Huoyi said vaguely, and then said, "As for how I know? Naturally, I overheard the conversation between Lan and Great Elder." Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank, and he asked, "What did Shangguan Fenglan say to Great Elder?" "What should be said has been said, and what shouldn't be said has also been said," Huoyi joked. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Then don't you already know?" "Yes. I already know that your name is Qin Feiyang, and that you're a descendant of Qin Batian," Huoyi said. "Then why did you come to find me?" Qin Feiyang said. "What does that have to do with anything? It's impossible that I'll cut ties with you just because you're a descendant of Qin Batian, right? In one's life, it's rare to meet a few bosom friends, so you have to cherish them." Huoyi smiled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. In fact, he was quite touched in his heart, and said, "Then does Shangguan Fenglan know that you came to find me?" "Of course she knows." Huoyi nodded. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "Then when did you come?" Huoyi said, "After listening to their conversation, I came." Qin Feiyang said in surprise, "Then your speed is too fast, you caught up in such a short time?" "Of course. My methods are unfathomable." Huoyi looked at Qin Feiyang complacently. Qin Feiyang was speechless, then his face turned solemn, and said, "Since you already know my identity, then you should be able to guess what I'm going to do next." "Are you sure you want to take the risk with me?" Huoyi said, "I'm already here, isn't that the best proof?" "All right. What you want to do is your own right, I have no right to interfere, I only hope that you won't regret it when the time comes," Qin Feiyang said. Huoyi proudly said, "In my dictionary, there is no such word as regret." Looking at Huoyi's arrogant look, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but want to kick him. Huoyi said suspiciously, "Let's get down to business. How did you scare away those sea beasts?" "I really don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head, glanced at the sea ahead, and said, "If you don't believe me, then follow me." "All right." Huoyi nodded. Immediately after, the two turned into a stream of light and disappeared at the end of the sea. Chapter 2197. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On the morning of the third day, a middle-aged man in black clothes hurriedly left Nine Heaven Palace. Not long after the middle-aged man left, Wang Yun appeared on top of the stairway. Why did he leave Ninth Heaven Palace? Looking at the peak below, Wang Yun muttered and took out an image crystal. Wang. Shangguan Fenglan's image appeared. Wang Yun said respectfully, "Palace Master, Wu Zhongtian left Ninth Heaven Palace." Wu Zhongtian. Shangguan Fenglan was shocked and asked anxiously, "When did this happen? How many people?" Wang Yun said, "Just now, he was alone." "Alone?" Shangguan Fenglan frowned and pondered for a while, then said, "I know, continue to monitor him." "Yes." Wang Yun replied, put away the image crystal, and disappeared. "Grand Elder, are you still going to make a move? Do you know what kind of consequences this will bring to Ninth Heaven Palace?" Shangguan Fenglan stood by the lotus lake and sighed faintly. After hesitating for a moment, she took out the image crystal. Wang. Shangguan Qiu appeared and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" "Sister." Shangguan Fenglan said, "Wu Zhongtian left Ninth Heaven Palace. I think he might have been ordered by the Grand Elder to hunt down Qin Feiyang." "Wu Zhongtian." Shangguan Qiu's body shook. Shangguan Fenglan said worriedly, Wu Zhongtian's strength is unfathomable, even I can't see through it. If he really went to hunt down Qin Feiyang, the consequences would be unimaginable. Then why did you send me a message? Shangguan Qiu asked. I can't stop the Grand Elder, and I can't go to the Sky Dragon Sea to help them, so I can only ask the Treasure Pavilion. Shangguan Fenglan said. Shangguan Qiu said, You want the Treasure Pavilion to protect Qin Feiyang? It's not about protection, just blocking Wu Zhongtian is enough. Shangguan Fenglan said. This is not child's play. I have to ask Master and the Vice Pavilion Master first. Shangguan Qiu said. Okay, ask them and arrange it. Shangguan Fenglan said. Shangguan Qiu nodded. At the same time, after 3 days of hurrying, Qin Feiyang and Huo Yi had already ventured deep into the Heavenly Dragon Sea. During these 3 days, not a single sea beast attacked them. This caused Huo Yi to feel incredulous to the extreme. What was going on? Before meeting up with Qin Feiyang, the sea beasts seemed to have gone crazy and chased him everywhere. However, after meeting up with Qin Feiyang, there was no trace of any sea beasts. No one would believe that there was no reason for this. But what was the reason? Could it be that Qin Feiyang had something that these sea beasts were afraid of? Suddenly, another island appeared in their sights. The island was several hundred miles wide, with undulating mountain ranges and sea beasts roaming about. Qin Feiyang stopped and took out the map. He checked it and said, according to the map, the danger level of this island is level 3. Level 3? Huo Yi was stunned. On this map, the danger level of each place is clearly marked. From level 1 to level 9. Level 1 is the lowest and level 9 is the highest. Qin Feiyang explained. So that's how it is. Huo Yi nodded in understanding and said with a smile, then rank 3 isn't much. Wrong. This map was given to me by the Vice Pavilion Master. And the person who drew this map, even if he is not the Vice Pavilion Master, his strength is definitely not inferior to the Vice Pavilion Master. In the eyes of these people, level 3 danger level is indeed nothing, but for us, it is fatal. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Listening to what you said, it does seem to make sense. After all, their cultivation is much stronger than ours. Then should we take a detour or? Huo Yi asked. Qin Feiyang glanced at the island, his eyes flashed, he put away the map and smiled, enter the island. Huo Yi was slightly stunned and asked, such a dangerous place, why don't we take a detour? I want to confirm again, are these sea beasts afraid of me or not? After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he took a step forward and descended above the island. Huo Yi quickly followed. Roar. Upon seeing Qin Feiyang, one of the sea beasts below immediately let out a roar. Boom. At this moment, the island was in an uproar. One by one, the sea beasts fled for their lives. For a time, the island was collapsing, as if it was the end of the world. Huo Yi exclaimed, this scene is too spectacular. Is this the point? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him, used the Xing character art, and chased after a half-step divine realm sea beast. Today, he had to figure it out. It had always been humans who were afraid of beasts, but he had never seen a beast so afraid of humans. That sea beast panicked when it saw Qin Feiyang chasing after it. The other sea beasts also stayed far away from them. In their eyes, Qin Feiyang was like a devil. Why are you chasing me? That sea beast roared. Then why are you running? Qin Feiyang said angrily. The sea beast roared, isn't it normal for us sea beasts to run when we see you humans? Normal my ass. I'm just a half-step divine lord, is there a need for you to be so afraid? Qin Feiyang said. Big brother, master, please don't chase after me, okay? The sea beast wanted to cry but had no tears. If it were other humans, they would be happy to encounter such a thing. Why would they chase after it? But this human actually took the initiative to approach. He was simply a freak. Qin Feiyang said, tell me why you're so afraid of me, and I won't chase you. I don't know. I'm just following the beast god's orders. Don't chase me anymore. The sea beast roared anxiously. The beast god's orders? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Yes, yes, yes. If you want to know the reason, go to the beast god. Why are you looking for me? That sea beast was helpless. Where is the beast god? Qin Feiyang asked. The sea beast said, in the deepest part. The deepest part? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The beast god is the ruler of this sea. We have to listen to him. That is, the beast god ordered us to stay away from you. The sea beast said. You really don't know the reason? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. I really don't know. Please, can you stop chasing after me? That sea beast was about to cry. Because it found that although the other party was only a half-step divine lord, his speed was actually faster than it. Qin Feiyang frowned and finally stopped. Only then did the sea beast breathe a sigh of relief and then fled without looking back. Beast god? The ruler of this sea region? Hue Yi was also a little stunned. Looking at Qin Feiyang, he said, be lenient if you confess, be strict if you resist. Be honest, what kind of relationship do you have with this beast god? How would I know? I've only come to the Sky Dragon Sea twice. The first time was when I sparred with Frenzy on Turtle King Island. And the second time is now. Qin Feiyang said. Hue Yi said, then why did this beast god give such an order? I already said I don't know, yet you still ask. Annoying. Qin Feiyang said angrily. Fine, fine, fine. I won't ask anymore. Hue Yi waved his hand. Although I don't know the reason, it's a good thing for us. How about this? You're riding a spatial divine item to bring us along? Qin Feiyang looked at Hue Yi and said. You guys. Hue Yi was stunned and asked suspiciously, who else? Mu Tianyang. Qin Feiyang said. What the hell? That guy is also here? Hue Yi was stunned. He's now in my spatial divine item. Qin Feiyang nodded. I heard Lana tell the Great Elder that you didn't leave alone. When did he get together with you again? Hue Yi said. I was the one who instigated him to come. Qin Feiyang said. Instigated? You're really bad. You want to die, but you don't forget to drag someone down with you. This Mu Tianyang is really stupid. He was so easily fooled by you. Hue Yi despised. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, just tell me, do you want to bring us along? No. I have to cultivate too, okay? Hue Yi shook his head. Who would be willing to do such a chore? If you want to cultivate, go back to the Ninth Heaven Palace to cultivate. Why did you come here to join in the fun? Qin Feiyang said. I'm happy to. Hue Yi shrugged, looking very much like a scoundrel. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly and waved his hand. Fine, fine. Since you already know my identity, I don't mind letting you know a little more. Hue Yi was stunned, and his eyes lit up. What other secrets do you have that you can't see? Qin Feiyang replied helplessly, Artifact Spirit, come out. Shua. Artifact Spirit immediately rushed out from Qi Yi. Could it be the demonic creature that Lana spoke of? Hue Yi looked at Artifact Spirit in surprise. But Qin Feiyang and Artifact Spirit ignored him. Qin Feiyang looked at Artifact Spirit and asked, with your speed, how long will it take to reach the deepest part of the Sky Dragon Sea? Should be half a year. Artifact Spirit thought for a moment and said. Qin Feiyang was pleasantly surprised, then it can save a lot of time. Artifact Spirit proudly said, compared to you, it can indeed save a lot of time. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, all right then, bring us along. I knew there wouldn't be a good job. Artifact Spirit pouted and nodded, all right. Who asked you to be this sovereign's master now? After saying that, he summoned his main body. Qin Feiyang glanced at the grey castle, looked at Artifact Spirit and said, then I'll go into your main body now? Artifact Spirit nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, rolled up Hue Yi, and disappeared without a trace. Artifact Spirit also followed into the grey castle, and then the grey castle quickly shrank, like a speck of dust, and broke through the air. P.S. Notice, during this period of time, the country is cracking down on pornography and illegal publications, and chapters with sensitive words will be blocked, which may lead to chapter confusion, repetition, and so on. If such a situation occurs, please refresh or add bookshelves, please forgive me. Chapter 2198. Back to Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi. At this moment, The two were standing in a stone room about 100 feet wide. On the ground, there was nothing. There were no decorations on the wall. The huge stone room seemed to be extremely empty. On the left wall, there was a stone door. The stone door was closed, exuding a strong aura. This was the space inside the grey castle. Huoyi looked around and was speechless. Such a heaven-defying demonic creature, how come there isn't even a single treasure? Isn't this lord the greatest treasure? The spirit appeared. How did you get in? Huoyi looked at it in astonishment. Nonsense, this is this lord's place. This lord can come in whenever he wants. The spirit said. Huoyi shook his head. No, aren't you on your way outside? The spirit was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang. Why did you find such a stupid friend? Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. Damn. How am I stupid? Huoyi glared at the spirit. This castle is this lord's main body. This lord lives here. Why would I need to go outside? The spirit was speechless. Huoyi was stunned for a moment before he suddenly slapped his head and said with an embarrassed smile, "Look at my brain, I can't think straight." Stupid. The spirit shook its head. Hey. Even if I asked a low-level question, you don't have to look down on me like this, Huoyi said unhappily. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Qin Feiyang, you can now go and cultivate. The spirit said. Qin Feiyang was in the grey castle at this moment, so after entering the castle would naturally be inside. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, "Do you have a time array here?" Yes. The spirit nodded. Yes. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He just asked casually, but he didn't expect that there really was one. Huoyi was also quite surprised. He looked at the spirit and asked, "Is it powerful?" The spirit proudly said, "1 day is equal to 100 years. Tell me, isn't it powerful?" 100 years. Qin Feiyang and Huoyi's bodies shook, their faces filled with disbelief. Qin Feiyang said, "Are you kidding?" Hey. The artifact spirit let out a sinister laugh. Qin Feiyang immediately rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "An old antique like you actually knows how to joke." The artifact spirit laughed hoarsely. All right, let's not waste any more time. Qin Feiyang nodded. With a wave of his hand, he brought Huoyi into the castle. Is it really just a joke? After the two of them left, the artifact spirit's blurry eyes flashed with ridicule. Inside the castle, "Brother Mu, you're too dishonest. You actually snuck away without telling me." Huoyi looked at Mu Tianyang with dissatisfaction. Mu Tianyang opened his eyes and smiled. "I just don't want to implicate you." "Nonsense. Do you think I don't know that you don't trust me?" Huoyi said. Mu Tianyang laughed dryly and said, "This is a very special place. Don't waste time, hurry up and cultivate." Special? Huoyi was stunned. He glanced around and said in surprise, "There are actually so many people and beasts." Following that, he looked at Qin Rushuang and said in surprise, "Miss Rushuang is also here?" "Miss Rushuang, long time no see. How are you?" Qin Rushuang opened her eyes and rolled her eyes at him. She closed her eyes again and did not say a word. Huoyi smiled embarrassedly and looked quite embarrassed. Wow. Suddenly, he looked at the white-eyed wolf again and curiously approached it. He reached out and touched the white-eyed wolf's fur and exclaimed, "I have never seen such a handsome wolf cub. Get lost." The white-eyed wolf spat out this word coldly. Huoyi's arm stiffened. He was quite popular with others, but why were they all so cold now? He smiled embarrassedly and retracted his arm. Looking around, he asked suspiciously, "Brother Mu, did you find anything special?" Mu Tianyang said, "There is a time array here. 1 day is equal to 1 year. Time array? 1 day is equal to 1 year. Huoyi was slightly stunned and immediately said in dissatisfaction, "Previously, the artifact spirit made fun of me, and now you are also making fun of me. Do you think I am a 3-year-old child who is easy to fool?" Mu Tianyang was stunned and shook his head, "Believe it or not, it's up to you." After that, he did not talk nonsense, closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Seeing this, Huoyi's heart trembled. Could it be true? He could not help but turn his head to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and did not explain. He walked to the side of the mermaid princess and sat with the mermaid princess. He took out the soul stone and began to cultivate. It seems to be true. 1 day is equal to 1 year. Damn, this is even more powerful than the time array of the purple gold divine pagoda. No wonder these guys broke through so quickly. Huo Yi glanced at everyone, his expression full of shock. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and looked at Huo Yi. How many soul stones do you need to refine to break through from half-step Divine Lord to initial Divine Lord? 500 million. Huo Yi said. What? 500 million? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. It took 5 years to refine 100 million soul stones, then wouldn't it take 25 years to refine 500 million soul stones? Mermaid Princess suddenly said, it doesn't take 25 years. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at her suspiciously. After breaking through to half-step Divine Lord, we found that the speed of refining soulstones has also increased exponentially. Now, we can refine at least 300 soulstones a day. Mermaid Princess said. 300? Qin Feiyang was surprised. He remembered that when he broke through to half-step Divine Lord, he could only refine 150 soulstones a day. This was really an exponential increase. According to this calculation, it would take about 4,560 years to refine 500 million soulstones. According to the rules of time in the ancient castle, it would only take 4,560 days. In other words, it would take a little more than 12 years. It's actually very easy to calculate. Back then, it took you 5 years to refine 100 million soulstones. 500 million soulstones is 25 years. But now, the speed of refining soulstones is twice as fast as before. 25 divided by 2, naturally it's more than 12 years. Mermaid Princess smiled. More than 12 years, Qin Feiyang muttered. Although the time needed was not as long as he imagined, 12 years was still long enough. Others need thousands of years to refine 500 million soulstones, but you can refine it in 12 years. Are you still not satisfied? Huo Yi rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Yes, he should be satisfied. Compared to others, the ancient castle had already saved him a lot of time. Qin Feiyang asked, what about the realms after the initial stage of Divine Lord? From initial stage to initial stage, you need 1 billion soulstones. After initial stage, it will increase exponentially, 2 billion, 4 billion, 6 billion. Finally, to break through half-step to Divine Lord, you need a total of 8 billion soulstones. Huo Yi said. So much? Qin Feiyang was shocked. One had to know. Since he entered the ancient world, the total number of soulstones he had obtained was less than 40 billion. Of course. If he didn't give the 32.5 billion to Mu Tianyang, he would have more than 60 billion, close to 70 billion. But now, he estimated that he only had more than 30 billion. Not counting the small numbers, only the big numbers. He got 4 billion from Fengzi Hon. He got 32.5 billion from the Treasure Pavilion. He got 400 million from Shangguan Fenglan, but a small part of this 400 million was given to Huo Yi. He won more than 300 million in the bet with Shi Tai. And in the auction of the 4 symbols Infinite Divine Pill, he got 350 million. In total, it was about 38 billion. Adding those small numbers that didn't count, it was less than 40 billion. And during this period, they also refined a lot. So now, there was probably only about 36 billion left. And now, including Qin Feiyang, there were a total of 9 people and 5 beasts in the ancient castle. To break through to initial stage Divine Lord, each person and beast needed 500 million soulstones, a total of 7 billion soulstones. To break through to initial stage Divine Lord, each person and beast needed 1 billion soulstones, a total of 14 billion soulstones. To break through to Great Success Divine Lord, each person and beast needed 2 billion soulstones, a total of 28 billion soulstones. In this way, it wasn't enough for everyone to break through to Great Success Divine Lord. Because just breaking through to Great Success Divine Lord required a total of 49 billion soulstones. It seems that no matter how many soul stones I earn, it's not enough. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. This is giving you a headache. The bigger headache is yet to come. When you break through to Divine Lord, you'll need even more soul stones. Actually, to sum it up, soul veins are the root of the problem. Only with soul veins, and a large number of them, will we not have to worry about soul stones in the future. Hu Yi said. Soul veins, Qin Feiyang murmured. If he could successfully enter the Divine Land, he must find a way to get more soul veins. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and began to cultivate. After all, strength was the foundation of everything. Without strength, even if a level 9 soul vein was placed in front of you, you could only stare. Chapter 2199. Outside. The grey castle moved as fast as lightning, many times faster than Qin Feiyang. Moreover, with the strength of the grey castle, no sea beast dared to run out and block the way. Coupled with the beast god's order, there were no disturbances along the way. Half a year later, a huge island appeared on the horizon. From afar, it looked like a giant beast lying on the sea, sleeping, exuding a mysterious aura. However, when seeing the island, the grey castle did not fly straight in, but chose to take a detour. This was incredible. Because along the way, no matter how dangerous the island was, it did not avoid it. Swish! A figure appeared in the grey castle. It was Qin Feiyang. Although he was cultivating, he always kept track of the time. When half a year was up, he woke up from seclusion. The weapon spirit floated in the void, looking at Qin Feiyang, who suddenly appeared, and asked suspiciously, "What are you doing out here?" "It's been half a year, so I wanted to come out and ask if you have arrived." Qin Feiyang laughed. "How can it be so fast? The half a year I said was to reach the deepest part. But the deepest part is very big. In other words, even if we reach the deepest part, it will still take some time to reach the entrance of the Divine Land." The weapon spirit said. "I see. Where is the fire lotus? Why haven't I seen her yet?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. This, the weapon spirit seemed to not know how to answer. Looking at the hesitant weapon spirit, Qin Feiyang gradually frowned, and said, "Are you lying to me about something?" The weapon spirit sighed. "Actually, the fire lotus is in the deepest part." "What did you say?" Qin Feiyang's face suddenly changed. The weapon spirit said, "But don't worry, she is absolutely fine." Qin Feiyang clenched his hands and said in a deep voice, "She better be fine, otherwise I will not spare you." After saying that, Qin Feiyang flashed and appeared in the sky above the sea. Woo woo. Whoosh. Strong winds howled in all directions, and huge waves surged. The sky was also covered with dark clouds, appearing extremely gloomy. The artifact spirit also appeared and said angrily, "It's very dangerous outside. Why did you come out?" "I wanted to come out and take a look." Qin Feiyang said and asked, "Is this the deepest part of the Heavenly Dragon Sea?" "Yes. The deepest region is like this all year round. The wind is strong and the environment is very bad." The artifact spirit explained. Qin Feiyang nodded in understanding. Suddenly, he looked at the nearby island, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. On all sides of the island, the sky was dark. However, the sky above the island was bright and sunny. The sky was clear and boundless, as if it was two different worlds. Was this an illusion? The artifact spirit said, "There's nothing to see. Let's hurry up and continue our journey." There seemed to be a trace of guilt in his words. Although it was not obvious, Qin Feiyang still noticed it with his keen insight. This artifact spirit was definitely hiding something from him. "Let's go to the island and have a look." Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered slightly as he said. The artifact spirit was puzzled. "It's just a deserted island. What's there to see?" Qin Feiyang sneered, "You haven't even been there. How do you know it's a deserted island?" The artifact spirit seemed to be even more flustered, and said, "Do we still need to go in? I can tell at a glance." "I really can't tell." Qin Feiyang glanced at the island, then turned into a stream of light and flew toward the island against the wind and waves. "Damn it." The artifact spirit cursed secretly and quickly blocked in front of Qin Feiyang, saying, "Do you still want to go to the Divine Land?" Qin Feiyang said, I just want to go to the so-called deserted island. What does it have to do with going to the divine land? You're wasting your time. The artifact spirit said angrily. Shut up. Do you really think I'm a fool? Do you think I can't see that you don't want me to enter that island? Qin Feiyang shouted. The artifact spirit trembled. Qin Feiyang said, I hate being lied to the most. It's not too late to tell me now. The artifact spirit was silent for a long time, then suddenly sighed, and said, since you insist on going, then go. As for why, you'll naturally know when the time comes. After that, the artifact spirit drove the grey castle back to Qin Feiyang's Sea of Qi, and said nothing more. Qin Feiyang looked up at the island, and his eyes flickered. What on earth was on that island? But for the sake of safety, he restrained his aura and quietly flew toward the island. Just as he entered the island, the head of a huge sea beast poked out of the surging sea. Roar! The sea beast stared at Qin Feiyang's back, and a fierce light flashed in its eyes, followed by a sudden roar that resounded in all directions. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was standing on a boulder at the edge of the island, looking at the sky curiously. The clear sky and warm sunlight were actually not illusions, and they really existed. But when he heard that sea beast's roar, his gaze trembled, and he hurriedly turned his head to look. But on the surface of the sea, he did not see anything. That roaring sea beast had already dived back to the bottom of the sea. Qin Feiyang looked for a while and did not think too much. He raised his head and swept a glance at the sky again, then quietly swept into the forest ahead. After all, in this heavenly dragon sea, especially in the deepest region, it was normal to have sea beasts. In the central region of the island, there was a valley. The valley was very large. Streams meandered around, and the bottom could be seen clearly. On both sides of the stream, vegetation was lush, and flowers bloomed. Moreover, there were countless peach trees planted in the valley. These peach trees were of different heights. Some peach trees had already borne fruit the size of a baby's fist, bright red and suffused with a sparkling luster, making people salivate with one look. Some were budding. The entire valley seemed to be covered in a layer of gorgeous colors, as if it was a paradise on earth. At the centermost position of the valley, there stood a pavilion. The pavilion had 2 stories, with carved beams and painted pillars. On the left, there was a small lake. The streams in the valley all converged here. On the right, there was a small garden. One beautiful flower after another vied with each other in full bloom. One lush green small tree after another swayed in the wind. There was also a pavilion in the small garden. Inside the pavilion, a man and a woman were shockingly sitting. The woman wore a pale yellow long dress, her figure exquisite and tall, her black hair dancing in the wind, her temperament ethereal. But unfortunately, she wore a mask on her face, blocking her true appearance. But from her temperament and figure, it was not hard to determine that she was an extremely beautiful woman. While that man also wore a fitted pale yellow long robe. He was around 20+ years old, his figure slender and tall, his face like jade, and his temperament was extremely extraordinary too. The 2 people sat opposite each other, drinking tea and chatting. Looking from afar, they were like a pair of immortal lovers living in seclusion in a peach garden. It was also at the same time that the sea beast roared that the young man's expression froze, putting down the teacup in his hand and raising his head to look at the sea outside. A trace of suspicion also crept up in the woman's eyes. All of a sudden, the corners of the young man's mouth curled up with a hint of playfulness. Then, he waved his hand and an image immediately appeared in the void in front of him. In the image, there was a forest. A white-robed man was in the forest, looking around. The white-robed man was Qin Feiyang. Looking at Qin Feiyang in the image, the playful look on the young man's face became even more intense. However, the masked woman suddenly stood up. Her gem-like bright eyes seemed to be filled with anxiety. Looking at the masked woman's reaction, a trace of displeasure flashed across the young man's brows. He said, "Do you care about him that much?" The masked woman did not answer. Instead, she said, "I've already agreed to your conditions. Please don't make things difficult for him. I didn't want to make things difficult for him in the first place. But now that he's barging in, what do you think I can do? Most importantly, if he knows that you're here, Will he let the matter rest? The young man said. The masked woman said in a deep voice, You can get your subordinates to scare him away. Scare him away? The young man smiled playfully and said, To be honest, I'm really curious. What kind of man is he that you care so much about? You, the masked woman glared at the young man. Don't worry. I promise I won't take his life. But I'm afraid it's inevitable that he'll be injured and bleed. The young man smiled. The masked woman clenched her hands and said coldly, Don't go too far. If you really anger me, it won't do you any good. How would I dare to anger you? I just want to see if it's worth it for you to do this. After the young man finished speaking, his lips moved slightly, and a silent order was immediately passed down. At the same time, in the forest, Qin Feiyang moved closer without making a sound. His eyes were observing the surroundings and his ears were listening in all directions. He appeared to be especially careful. However, what puzzled him was that after so long, there was not even a trace of a sea beast. Could it be, as the spirit said, that this was a deserted island? But this island was obviously not an ordinary place. There must be something here. Boom. But suddenly, the ground under his feet shattered. A fatal crisis arose in his heart. Qin Feiyang immediately retreated without hesitation. Then, he saw a blood-red divine light rushing out from the broken ground. Ah! It was a small beast that was only the size of a palm. It looked like a brown bear, but its fur seemed to be stained with blood, and it exuded a terrifying aura. Seeing that Qin Feiyang had dodged its attack, the brown bear was very surprised. Qin Feiyang was also sizing up the brown bear, and his pupils gradually shrank. He could not see through this little guy's cultivation. Judging from its aura, it should be at least a consummate divine emperor. The brown bear regained its senses. It stood in the air and looked down at Qin Feiyang in an overbearing manner. It shouted, Human, who gave you the guts to barge into this island? Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled, I didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive me. You're quite polite. However, I don't buy it. There is only one ending for those who dare to break into this island, and that is death. The brown bear's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and it turned into a blood-red light and charged at Qin Feiyang like lightning. And it went straight for Qin Feiyang's head. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, I've been very polite to you. Please don't be so aggressive. So what if I force you? The brown bear's eyes were full of disdain. Its sharp claws did not stop, and its divine power surged as it slapped at Qin Feiyang's head. Chapter 2200. Qin Feiyang felt a great threat, and he retreated once again without hesitation. Humans are indeed trash. They only know how to hide. The disdain in the brown bear's eyes grew stronger and its arrogance became more arrogant. Trash, Qin Feiyang murmured. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. You dare to show your murderous intent to me? It seems that you really haven't died before. The brown bear grinned and increased its speed. In an instant, it fell behind Qin Feiyang and swung its claws. Poochie. The clothes on Qin Feiyang's back were torn and 5 bloody marks appeared. Drops of purple gold dragon blood kept flowing out. What? This is purple gold dragon blood, the brown bear was shocked. At the same time, in the valley in the center of the island, the young man also stood up suddenly and looked at the blood on Qin Feiyang's back with disbelief. Sigh. The masked woman sighed. The young man turned to look at the masked woman and said, You didn't tell me that he has the bloodline power of the purple gold dragon blood. At this point, what else is there to say? The masked woman said lightly. Indeed, there's nothing else to say. The young man nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang again and murmured, Purple gold dragon blood, in the forest. Qin Feiyang stood in place and did not move. The wound on his back was also healing rapidly under the self-healing ability of the purple gold dragon blood. Why do you have the purple gold dragon blood? The brown bear was completely shocked and could not extricate itself. Qin Feiyang slowly turned around and looked at the brown bear. If it was in the north region, he might continue to hide his bloodline power. But in this place, there was no need at all. Are you deaf? Answer me quickly. Seeing that Qin Feiyang did not speak from beginning to end, the The brown bear could not help but yell angrily. Okay. I'll answer you now, Qin Feiyang said word by word. As his voice fell, with a whoosh, a blood-red light flashed out and instantly disappeared between the brows of the brown bear. Roar. With a painful scream, the brown bear's head immediately exploded like a watermelon. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The divine soul was also shattered on the spot. Instant kill? In the valley. The young man's face stiffened. A perfect divine emperor was killed in an instant. The masked woman said coldly, "He's not that easy." The young man was stunned and joked. "Let's wait and see." She frowned, but she did not say anything more. In the forest. Qin Feiyang expressionlessly glanced at the bloody fur brown bear's corpse. Then, he soared into the air. He didn't try to hide it at all and stood in the air above the forest. "Human, how dare you kill our. All of a sudden. Accompanied to the point. To the forest, to the to fito b to the crowd to the there were at the number of at least more to them. To the to do to the to. To the end to the way. To Qin Feiyang looked around and said, "I suddenly feel like eating bear paws today. It's a pity that your paws are too small. How dare you? Kill him." More than 100 brown bears roared angrily. Waves of divine power surged toward Qin Feiyang like a torrent, carrying a destructive aura with them. These blood-furred brown bears were all perfect Sir Gods and great perfection Sir Gods. With such a lineup, let alone a half-step divine lord, even a perfected divine lord with similar cultivation could only flee for his life. But Qin Feiyang did not change his expression and said, "Although your paws are too small, if you put them together, you can make a stew." "I'm so angry. Human, you're digging your own grave." The group of brown bears roared. "You're the ones digging your own grave." Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. He clapped his hands and waves of golden light burst out. Boom. Return formula. In an instant. The golden light and the brown bear's divine powers met in the void. There was a loud explosion between heaven and earth. Void annihilation. The mountains and rivers below collapse. Dust billowed and covered the sky. How is that possible? At the same time, over 100 brown bears glared angrily at him. That was because they saw their divine power being reflected by the golden light. What kind of technique was that? Roar. In the nick of time. Over 100 blood-fur brown bears raised their heads and roared. Their palm-sized bodies instantly expanded with the wind. In the blink of an eye. One by one, huge creatures appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. At that moment, each of the brown bears was a few 100 feet tall. They looked like mountains and their ferocious aura flooded the area. "So this is what you really look like. Then your bear paws are enough," Qin Feiyang said. "You're courting death. Without a doubt." His words completely enraged them. They moved together and waved their fists, which were as big as houses, to crush the divine powers that were reflected back. Then, without stopping, they charged toward Qin Feiyang. "So what if you're bigger? You'll still become my meal." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. An invisible force suddenly roared out from his body. Then, this force, with him as the center, rolled out in all directions. A shocking scene appeared. The hundreds of brown bears were shrouded by the invisible force and immediately howled in pain. The next moment, all the blood-furred brown bears fell down uniformly. With a loud rumble, they smashed into the ground below one after another. In the valley, the young man was dumbfounded. How could he kill all the brown bears in an instant? What the hell is this? How could a mere half-step divine lord possibly accomplish this sort of degree? The masked woman was also surprised. The young man raised his eyebrows and turned to the masked woman. "What kind of technique is that?" "I don't know." The masked woman shook her head. "Aren't you very close to him? You don't know?" The young man frowned. "I've never seen it before," the masked woman said. "It seems that I've underestimated him. I have to use my real strength." The young man sneered. The forest was full of holes. In the void above, Qin Feiyang looked down at the brown bears coldly like a divine lord. That formless power was slowly flowing back into his body. Soul destruction skill, legendary level killing skill is indeed powerful, after a while. he murmured, and a smile crept onto his face. He took out a dagger from his Chen Kuan ring and flew toward the brown bears below. That's right. The formless energy from before was formed by the soul extermination technique. The soul destruction skill was one of the 2 legendary-level divine skills that he had obtained in the Ninth Heaven Palace's martial skill treasury. It was his first time activating the soul destruction skill since he had obtained it. The lethality did not disappoint him. It ignored the defense and wiped out the divine soul directly. As for now, of course, he was going for the bear paws. The perfect Sir God and the perfect Sir God blood-furred brown bear were supreme-grade bear paws. He could not waste them. Boom. However, Qin Feiyang had only managed to cut off one of the bear's paws when a terrifying might suddenly descended. He looked up and his expression changed. In the void above, there was another brown bear. Whether it was its ferocity or its size, it was far more powerful than the previous brown bear. Human, die. The crimson fur brown bear came in a menacing manner. Like a deity, it descended from the sky and stomped towards Qin Feiyang. The giant paw that was covered with red fur was like a mountain. It was daunting. Obviously. It wanted to step on Qin Feiyang to death. Qin Feiyang hurriedly took a big step forward and rushed out. As soon as Qin Feiyang left, the brown bear charged toward him. The giant paw stepped on Qin Feiyang's original position. The ground shook. The ground also collapsed and cracked. The rumbling sound was deafening. And there were a few brown bear corpses here. They were directly trampled into a bloody pulp by its paw. Qin Feiyang looked at this scene and felt his scalp tingle. If he did not dodge this paw, he would have become a bloody pulp by now. What a terrifying guy. Human. Seeing Qin Feiyang dodge, the brown bear beat its chest and stamped its feet. It raised its paw again and slapped toward Qin Feiyang with a deafening sound of wind and thunder. Qin Feiyang's expression changed. He used the Xing character formula and escaped. The giant paw fell. With a loud bang, the ground cracked crazily and abyss appeared. The corpses of more than a dozen brown bears were slapped into a bloody pulp. Qin Feiyang broke out in a cold sweat. This blood-furred brown bear was a half-step divine lord existence. Otherwise, the power of its paw could not be so terrifying. What else can you do besides running? The blood-fur brown bear angrily roared again and again as it aggressively slammed its paw towards Qin Feiyang. It's not over, is it? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and activated the soul destruction technique. An invisible force surged out of his body once again and pounced towards the brown bear with an earth-shattering force. However, when the invisible force enveloped the brown bear, it did not cause any harm to it. Qin Feiyang's expression stiffened. Let's see how you can escape this time. Boom. At the same time, the brown bear roared. The giant paw fell. At this time, Qin Feiyang could not dodge. But he did not intend to dodge. Clang. Accompanied by a heaven-shaking explosion, a blood-red sword chi tore through the sky. The brown bear suddenly screamed. The giant paw that slapped toward Qin Feiyang was directly cut off by the sword chi. Fresh blood poured down like a waterfall. The brown bear covered its wound and stared at Qin Feiyang standing on the ground in horror. It kept retreating. It saw that Qin Feiyang had a blood-red long sword in his hand. The sharp edge could tear the sky and the earth. After breaking through to the half-step Sir God, he had officially stepped into the Sir God realm. With his heaven-defying kill formula, half-step paragon gods were no longer a threat to him. Of course. If the opponent had a powerful divine art or a divine weapon, it would be a different story. After all, with a divine art or a divine weapon, the opponent's strength would be multiplied several times. Sigh. But at this time, Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. There was a bit of helplessness on his face. But he was not regretting that he could not kill the brown bear with one strike. It was because of the soul destruction technique. Sure enough. Except for the 6 words divine art, even a legendary divine art could not break the barrier between the major realms. Just like now. The soul extermination art could kill even perfect celestials in an instant, but it couldn't do any damage to a half-step transcendent god. This was the barrier between the major realms. No matter how powerful you were, you could not cross this barrier. Chapter 2201. Phew. Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the bear. The bear was filled with fear. One had to know. It was a half-step supreme god and its body was extremely strong. But now, it had been cut in half by a sword. What level of divine weapon was the crimson sword? It was so terrifying. Leave your paw and get out of here, Qin Feiyang said coldly. Hearing this, the brown bear turned around and ran away in a hurry. Didn't I say I would leave your paw? Qin Feiyang shouted. The crimson sword shone brightly and the sword chi rushed towards the bear. Didn't you cut off my paw? The bear was shocked and angry. I want two of them. You haven't given me the other one, Qin Feiyang said. Don't push me too far. The bear roared. You came out to provoke me from the beginning? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and used the walk formula. He was even faster than the bear. Stop. I'll give it to you. The bear's face changed and it quickly cut off its paw. It was really scared now. Not only was the crimson sword powerful, but its speed was also terrifying. How could a half-step supreme god be so powerful? This could no longer be described with the word terrifying. It was simply a freak. After the bear paw was broken, the brown bear disappeared from Qin Feiyang's sight with a belly full of fear and sullenness. It didn't even look back. Qin Feiyang did not chase after it. He sent the bear paw back to the black tortoise world and then dispersed the crimson sword. He did not know that the bear was under someone else's orders. Otherwise, he would not have let it go. How many beasts are there on this island? Qin Feiyang scanned the mountains below. The island was huge and he could not see the end of it. The mountains were undulating and the ancient trees were towering. But other than the brown bear, there was no trace of any other ferocious beast. He did not even sense any aura. It was the same as when he first entered the island. However, the appearance of the blood-furred brown bear made him not dare to let his guard down. This island was definitely not as simple as it looked on the surface. There were definitely other ferocious beasts hiding here. Wait a minute. Something doesn't feel right. Qin Feiyang stopped and turned to look in the direction where the brown bear disappeared. For better or for worse, this was the deepest region of the Sky Dragon Sea. Why were there so many consummate godlords, perfect godlords, and half-step transcendent godlords? Logically speaking, in a place like this, even if they didn't surpass the paragon god level, they should at least be at the paragon god level. Qin Feiyang frowned and looked up at the sky again. Dark clouds covered the sky outside, but the sun was shining brightly on the island. Why was this? Roar. All of a sudden, a series of beastly roars could be heard. Qin Feiyang was startled, and he quickly turned around to look. He saw sea beasts roaring out from the sea beyond the island. Each of the sea beasts was as large as a mountain. Ferocious. So many. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. At a glance, there were tens of thousands of sea beasts in the sky above the sea, and the aura they emitted was extremely terrifying. According to Qin Feiyang's judgment, they were all early-stage transcendent gods. What's going on? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Why didn't a single sea beast appear when they flew over the sea? And now there were so many of them. Roar. A group of sea beasts roared into the sky, and then turned into a beast tide, surging toward the island. And there were many sea beasts rushing out from the sea, joining the beast tide camp. Before the beast tide reached the island, the number had already risen to 30 to 40,000. In other words, at this moment, 30 to 40,000 transcendent god-level sea beasts were pouncing toward the island. What kind of lineup was this? Mighty and mighty. Wherever they went, huge waves were set off. Not good. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's expression changed. These sea beasts seemed to be coming for him. He hurriedly activated the kill formula, and the blood-colored long sword appeared, ready to fight. You've gone too far. In the valley, the masked woman glared at the young man. He killed my favorite pet. Isn't that too much? The young man said. How can you blame him? You're the one who made those blood-furred brown bears attack him first. The masked woman said angrily. That's right. I'm the one who made them attack first. But I didn't really want to kill him. But this person is so ruthless that he killed all my pets. How can I spare him? The young man said. You're being unreasonable. Even an idiot can see that those blood-furred brown bears were ruthless. Do you think that I'm worse than an idiot? The masked woman shouted. I didn't say that. The young man chuckled. The masked woman's eyes darkened, and she stared at the young man, saying, Let me ask you again. Do you really want to kill him? Don't worry, don't worry. If I really wanted to kill him, I would have done it myself. Why would I go through so much trouble? The young man smiled. The masked woman frowned and didn't say anything else. She continued to look at the image in the sky with a hint of worry in her eyes. In the sky above the mountains, Qin Feiyang was on high alert. The beast tide had already surged into the island. They were like locusts, densely packed and crushing everything in their path. Roar. The sea beast running at the front suddenly roared. It immediately bared its white fangs and pounced toward Qin Feiyang. They're really coming for me. Qin Feiyang frowned. Then, killing intent flashed in his eyes. He slashed with his sword, and a terrifying sword chi flooded the sky. The sea beast had a cultivation base of novice paragon god, but it was directly cut in half by the sword chi. Its flesh and blood splattered everywhere. However, this scene didn't deter the other sea beasts in the slightest. They bared their fangs and fought with each other as if they were fighting for a piece of delicious cake. Qin Feiyang's eyes were like torches. His sword chi swept across the sky, and the sea beasts died one after another. However, there were too many of them. Qin Feiyang couldn't split himself. Boom. Suddenly, a palm-sized sea beast stealthily snuck up behind him and bared its fangs, heading straight for his back. However, Qin Feiyang was very aware of danger. He made a prompt decision. He activated the battle formula. However, he was still sent flying. His throat heated up and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he had the battle formula to protect him. Otherwise, this blow would have been enough to shatter his bones. Human, give up resisting. The palm-sized sea beast cackled and disappeared from Qin Feiyang's line of sight in a flash. It wasn't that its speed was very fast, but that there were too many sea beasts around. These sea beasts directly blocked Qin Feiyang's vision. Qin Feiyang ignored the small beast and focused on fighting the enemy. About 100 breaths passed. Qin Feiyang suddenly exhaled, as if relieved of a heavy burden. He was indeed not as nervous as he was at the beginning. Because he slowly discovered that although these sea beasts had powerful cultivation, they didn't have any divine arts or artifacts. Without divine arts or artifacts, they were no different from puppets. No matter how many there were, he wasn't afraid. Whoosh! Suddenly, another deadly sense of danger came from behind him. Again! You really haven't died yet. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He turned around and slashed with his sword. The blood-red sword tore through the sky. Oh! Accompanied by a painful wail, the small beast from before suddenly splashed blood in the sky. Roar! The death of the small beast seemed to have completely enraged the beast tide. Each of them was crazier than before. Another pet that I like has been killed, in the valley. The young man's eyes flashed coldly. Closely after, his lips moved and another silent order was transmitted. Mountains and rivers. Blood flowed like a river and corpses were everywhere. Qin Feiyang's body was already soaked in blood, as if he had been soaked in blood. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind, as if a god of death had descended to the world. At this moment, he had already gone crazy from killing. The blood-red sword in his hand was also surging with blood-red light, exuding an incomparable murderous aura. But those sea beasts were even crazier. It was as if they weren't afraid of death. But suddenly, all the sea beasts stopped and began to retreat. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why did they stop? There must be something wrong with this abnormal situation. They were so crazy before, but now they suddenly stopped. It was definitely not that simple. After coming back to his senses, Qin Feiyang carefully became vigilant. Chapter 2202. What are they trying to do? Qin Feiyang glanced at the beast tide and frowned. He had an uneasy premonition. Roar! All of a sudden, tens of thousands of sea beasts roared in unison, shaking the heavens and earth. Immediately after, a scene that made Qin Feiyang turn pale with fright appeared. Behind the tens of thousands of sea beasts, there were beams of dazzling divine light. There were different colors. Some were blood red, some were light blue, some were light yellow, some were dark green, some were black, some were pure gold. Tens of thousands of colorful divine lights intertwined with each other like fireworks, dazzling and dazzling. However, Qin Feiyang was not in the mood to enjoy such a beautiful scene. This was because each beam of divine light exuded a fatal danger. This kind of danger shrouded his entire soul. Even the crimson sword in his hand could not dispel it. Roar. Oh. Chirp. Clang. Clang. Almost in the next instant, there were various loud noises in the sky. There were the roars of beast. There were the sharp cries of beast. There were also the metallic sounds of divine weapons being unsheathed. At this moment, the entire world was drowned by these sounds. Just this formless sound wave was enough to cause Qin Feiyang's blood and qi to surge. When he looked up at the sky, his face was instantly filled with horror. At this moment, there were countless beasts and beasts floating in the sky, as well as all kinds of divine weapons. Regardless of whether it was the beasts, or divine weapons, they all exuded a destructive aura. Qin Feiyang swallowed his saliva. They were all fighting souls. That was right. The beasts, and divine weapons were all transformed from the fighting souls of the sea beast. There were tens of thousands of sea beasts, which meant that there were tens of thousands of fighting souls. How magnificent was this? How shocking was this? As everyone knew, fighting souls had super powerful powers that exceeded one's cultivation level. Some rare fighting souls were even more powerful than perfect, pinnacle, and legendary level divine arts. One could imagine. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was facing tens of thousands of fighting souls and was in a bad situation. I was careless. I only thought of divine arts and divine weapons and completely ignored their fighting souls. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Living humans and ferocious beasts, even if they didn't have divine arts or divine weapons, were still different from mindless puppets. Roar. But before he could think any further, tens of thousands of sea beasts roared in unison. Rumble. Immediately, the battle souls that filled the sky brought with them an overflowing might as they charged toward Qin Feiyang from all directions. With so many fighting souls, it was impossible to dodge. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. The blood-red sword flew out of his hand like a bolt of lightning and shot towards the war spirit. With a loud bang, none of the fighting souls were crushed, but the blood-red long sword instantly disintegrated. Qin Feiyang was also heavily injured by the collapse of the blood-colored sword. Purple-gold dragon blood gushed out from his wounds. As expected, it won't work. Qin Feiyang mumbled. Although the kill formula was powerful, it had its limits. The cultivation of these sea beasts was already a realm higher than his. With the addition of the fighting souls, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that the combat strength of these sea beasts was comparable to Great Perfection Paragon God, Great Perfection Paragon God, or even Great Perfection Paragon God. In the face of such power, the kill formula couldn't defy nature. Unless he activated the slaughter zone. But for now, there was no need to activate the slaughter zone. Weapon spirit, come out and help, Qin Feiyang said to himself. Tens of thousands of fighting souls had already charged toward him. The terrifying aura made him feel unprecedented despair. I can't do anything. However, the weapon spirit refused to help him. Can't do anything? Qin Feiyang was stunned and hurriedly asked, why can't I do anything? Because once I do anything, it will attract even more powerful beings. At that time, even if I do my best, I won't be able to bring you away safely. The weapon spirit said in a deep voice. Even more powerful beings. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Before entering the island, I tried to stop you, but you insisted. Are you afraid now? The weapon spirit said with dissatisfaction. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and didn't dare to stay any longer. He immediately entered the Black Tortoise world. But immediately after, he appeared again. Because he suddenly remembered that the child had said that the current Black Tortoise world was still very weak and couldn't withstand the attack of an immortal, let alone the indiscriminate bombardment of tens of thousands of fighting soul. Now, there was only one place he could go, and that was the ancient castle. Swish. Without thinking, he hurriedly entered the ancient castle again. Boom. The fighting souls attacked. The void shattered, and the earth sank. Seawater surged. The hundreds of thousands of miles of island was quickly swallowed by the sea. Qin Feiyang stood in the ancient castle and watched this scene. He couldn't help but shudder. If he didn't dodge, would there still be a person left? Perhaps not even a piece of bone would be left. Mu Qianyang got up and walked to Qin Feiyang's side. Looking at the scene outside, he frowned and said, "You should listen to the weapon spirit." Qin Feiyang said, "But I keep feeling that there's something strange about this island." Nonsense. If there's nothing strange, why would we be surrounded by so many sea beasts? Mu Qianyang rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang was stunned when he heard that. What's wrong? Mu Qianyang was suspicious. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Your words have reminded me of something. Why did these sea beasts suddenly gang up on me?" Mu Qianyang guessed, maybe this island has some special meaning to them. Qin Feiyang said, "But didn't the beast god of the sky dragon sea order not to attack me?" That's right. Mu Qianyang was stunned and hurriedly said, "These sea beasts are all revered by the beast god, so they definitely wouldn't dare to disobey the orders of the beast god." They wouldn't dare to disobey the orders of the beast god, Qin Feiyang muttered. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang and Mu Qianyang looked at each other at the same time, their eyes full of surprise. Mu Qianyang asked, "What did you think of?" "Beast god." Qin Feiyang said word by word. "Me too. Since the beast god ordered not to attack you, the sea beasts of the sky dragon sea would definitely not dare to disobey. But now, not only did they attack you, they even launched a beast tide. Then there's only one explanation. This is another order of the beast god. In other words, it was the beast god who launched the beast tide." Mu Qianyang said in a deep voice. "But why would it do that? One moment to protect me, the next moment to kill me, isn't that contradictory?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Mu Qianyang looked at the island in the image and said, "Could it be that there's something on this island that I don't want you to know?" "Something that you don't want me to know," Qin Feiyang muttered. "That's not right." Suddenly, Mu Qianyang's eyes trembled, and exclaimed, "This beast god must be on this island right now." Qin Feiyang was surprised. "You want to, if it's far away from here, how can it launch a beast tide? And if it's far away, it's impossible for it to know that you're going to enter this island. After all, the Sky Dragon Sea can't send messages, nor can it open the altar. And it's only strong. It rules the sea beasts here, but it's not the guardian or ruler of the ancient realm. It can't break the rules here." Mu Qianyang said. "Makes sense." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Since this beast god is on this island, then I'm really curious, what exactly is it hiding?" The corner of Mu Qianyang's mouth raised. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, "You want to, Ian? Let's go meet it." Mu Qianyang's eyes flashed, he turned his head to look at Hu Yi, and laughed. "Brother Hu, are you interested in this?" Hu Yi stood up and laughed. "Since I have nothing to do, I'll go with you guys to take a look." Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. This was the so-called knowing that there was a tiger in the mountain, but heading towards the tiger's mountain. However, he was also full of interest. Why did this beast god issue an order to the sea beasts of the Sky Dragon Sea not to hurt him? Chapter 2203. Outside, hundreds of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers had been completely swallowed by the sea, becoming a part of the sea. The waves rolled, covering the sky and the sun. In the sky, the beast tide did not leave. All the sea beasts released their divine senses, searching the void. As a supreme god-level sea beast, their intelligence was not lower than that of humans. How could a living person disappear into thin air? So he must still be here. However, no matter how they searched, they could not find any trace of Qin Feiyang. Could it be that there is a hidden soul stone? The sea beasts were surprised. If there was a hidden soul stone, then it would be difficult. "Everyone, don't worry. The hidden soul stone is not omnipotent." That's right. Although the hidden soul stone can block our divine senses, as long as we imprison him, he won't be able to escape. Yes, immediately mobilize divine power and trap him here. Boom. Divine power emerged one after another. A huge barrier immediately appeared, covering all directions. In this way, even if he has a hidden soul stone, even if he has a spatial divine item, he won't be able to escape. A sea beast laughed sinisterly. Swish. Before he finished speaking, 3 figures appeared out of thin air inside the barrier. It was Qin Feiyang, Mu Tianyang, and Hue Yi. There are more helpers. The beast tide looked at Mu Tianyang and Hue Yi. But immediately after, their eyes were full of disdain. They were merely 2 perfection stage war gods. They were even more insignificant than ants, let alone paramount gods like them. These guys are quite smart. Mu Tianyang glanced at the barrier and chuckled. Yes. Hue Yi nodded. Don't talk nonsense, let's show them some power. Otherwise, they will really think that we are fish on the chopping board that can be slaughtered by them. Qin Feiyang said. Mu Tianyang waved his hand, and with a clang, a blood blade appeared. The spirit of the grey castle appeared and looked anxiously at Qin Feiyang and the other 2. Are you really going to do this? The 3 of them were silent. Why don't you listen to my advice? The spirit looked at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, shut up. But suddenly, a cold shout came from the Bloodblade. Obviously, it was Bloodblade's artifact spirit that spoke. The artifact spirit looked at Bloodblade. A dignified heaven-defying divine artifact is actually so cowardly. Don't you feel ashamed? Bloodblade shouted. You don't understand. The artifact spirit said. I really don't understand your weakness. I only know that those who stand in my way will die. Shui Ren roared, and suddenly, a bloody light shone out. The next moment, blood-colored light blades surged out in all directions like an avalanche. Crack! The enchantment instantly shattered. The beast tide was in an uproar. How could he be so strong? Die, all of you. Blood Edge grinned maliciously. A blood-colored blade of light swept through the sky, rushing towards the beast tide. Roar. Following a series of painful roars, one sea beast after another died under the blood-red blades of light. In less than 3 breaths, the beast tide disappeared. Corpses fell into the sea one after another and were swallowed by the seawater. The sea within a radius of 100,000 miles was dyed blood-red. So powerful. Hue Yi stared at Blood Edge, dumbfounded. Of course. A heaven-defying divine artifact like me is not just for show. Of course, except for some cowards. Blood Edge said proudly. Who are you calling a coward? The artifact spirit of the grey castle suddenly frowned. Who am I calling a coward? Blood Edge sneered. You. The artifact spirit's eyes widened in anger. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, shut up. Since you don't dare to make a move, then stay quietly in the Qi Sea. All right. You will regret it. The artifact spirit snorted coldly and disappeared into Qin Feiyang's Qi Sea. Mu Tianyang put away his bloodblade and laughed. Let's go. The 3 of them immediately flew towards the center of the island. But suddenly, Mu Tianyang stopped and looked up at the sky. A trace of suspicion gradually crept into his eyes. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi looked at him in confusion. Mu Tianyang shook his head and said, it's nothing, I just feel that the sun in the sky is a little familiar. Ah. The 2 of them looked at each other. Who hasn't seen the sun before? It's normal to be familiar. Maybe it's an illusion. Let's go. Mu Tianyang shook his head and laughed. The 3 of them turned into a stream of light and shuttled through the sky above the island like lightning. As I said, he's not someone to be trifled with. In the valley, the masked woman returned to the stone bench and smiled while drinking tea. Looking at the young man again. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the other 2 on the screen, his face was quite ugly. So many sea beasts were actually killed in an instant. In this world, the most terrifying thing is not ignorance, but not being afraid of death. If it were someone else today, facing the sea beasts you summoned, they would definitely be scared away. But Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang, they are 2 strange creatures. They are not interested in places that are not dangerous. The masked woman said. Is that so? The young man murmured. If you don't believe me, You can continue to try. Anyway, there are a lot of sea beasts with minor accomplishment, great accomplishment, perfection, and even perfection. The masked woman sneered. Don't provoke me. Since the sea beasts can't deal with them, I'll do it myself. The young man laughed. The masked woman suddenly stood up. What? You want to blame me for breaking my promise to you again? Please don't be mistaken. They are the ones who offended me again and again. The young man's expression suddenly turned cold. Then, he raised his arm and pointed his index finger at the scorching sun in the sky. Boom! The next moment, an invisible force gushed out from the tip of his finger. Like a waterfall, it flowed against the current and surged towards the blazing sun. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the other two who were flying above the island stopped and looked up at the sky above the center of the island. What is that? The three of them were surprised. What they sensed was that invisible force. The aura is so strong. Could this be the doing of the beast god? Huoyi said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and urged, let's go and take a look. Whoosh! The three of them rushed toward the center of the island. However, Mu Tianyang looked at the scorching sun in the sky from beginning to end. The suspicion in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Crack! Suddenly, a deafening sound exploded in the sky, as if something was broken. Following closely, a surprising scene appeared. The scorching sun in the sky began to rotate slowly. At the same time, a vast and ethereal aura spread out from the scorching sun. It felt as if a god sealed in the scorching sun was gradually awakening. Moreover, as the scorching sun rotated, the temperature above the island gradually rose. This aura, Mu Tianyang suddenly stopped in the air. The suspicion in his eyes turned into surprise. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and the other two noticed Mu Tianyang's abnormality and quickly stopped and looked at him in confusion. Why is it here? It shouldn't be. This must be an illusion. Perhaps, it's just a similar aura, Mu Tianyang murmured. What exactly did you find? Qin Feiyang frowned. Illusion, it must be an illusion. Mu Tianyang shook his head. Crack. However, as soon as he finished speaking, another loud sound exploded in the sky. It was louder than the previous sound. After this loud noise, the vast aura surged out like a flood that had been opened. Qin Feiyang and the other two were immediately shrouded by the aura. And the temperature soared in an instant. The world seemed to have turned into a big furnace. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feiyang and the other two were sweating profusely. In their hearts, there was a sense of contempt. They felt that this aura was like the power of heaven, inviolable. It's not an illusion. It's this aura, but why is it here? Mu Tianyang's body shook. He looked at the scorching sun in the sky again and muttered with disbelief in his eyes. What exactly did you find? Qin Feiyang's heart was blocked. He really wanted to kick Mu Tianyang. If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you keeping me in suspense? Mu Tianyang withdrew his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. He said word by word, this aura is exactly the same as the heaven-defying artifact in your ancestor's hand. What? Qin Feiyang's expression suddenly became sluggish. The aura was exactly the same as the heaven-defying artifact of his ancestor. I didn't say before because the aura was very weak. I couldn't be sure. I also didn't dare to believe it. How could his heaven-defying artifact be here? But just now, the aura completely erupted. I can finally be sure. It can't be wrong. The scorching sun we saw was transformed from your ancestor's heaven-defying artifact. Mu Tianyang stared at the scorching sun in the sky and said in a deep voice. Transformed from my ancestor's heaven-defying artifact. Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled, and suddenly looked at the scorching sun. If Mu Tianyang's judgment was not wrong, then why would his ancestor's heaven-defying artifact be floating there? Wait a minute. Could it be that his ancestor was also on this island? He quickly scanned the island. But on the island, he didn't feel his ancestor's bloodline power. Stop looking. I also didn't sense your ancestor's aura. I think there are only two explanations. First, your ancestor is sealed and can't sense it. Second, the beast god of the Sky Dragon Sea killed my ancestor and stole his heaven-defying artifact, Mu Tianyang said. Sealed, killed my ancestor. Qin Feiyang's body stiffened. These two possibilities were not good news. Because, if these two possibilities were true, then his ancestor must have met with misfortune. No. I must find the beast god immediately. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. If it was really as Mu Tianyang said, then this so-called beast god must die today. Although he had never seen his ancestor, he could walk all the way to today and have his current achievements. His ancestor's contribution could not be ignored. Towards his ancestor, he had always maintained a heart of respect and gratitude. Moreover, if his ancestor was unfortunately killed, then Lu Zhengyang, who was with his ancestor, would definitely be doomed. As the ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Zhengyang was naturally his ancestor. He couldn't ignore it. Boom. But just as Qin Feiyang was about to continue rushing to the center of the island, accompanied by a deafening loud noise, the scorching sun suspended in the sky actually spewed out a flame, carrying an aura of destruction, rolling toward Qin Feiyang and the other two. It was like a heavenly flame, melting the void. Qin Feiyang and the other two's clothes were also turned to ashes one after another. And the skin all over their body was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. The intense pain of being burned made their faces couldn't help but distort. Chapter 2204. This is the ancestors' heaven-defying artifact. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Under the aura of this artifact, he felt as small as an ant. I know the power of this artifact very well. We must find the beast god as soon as possible, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Mu Tianyang said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, even the Bloodblade is no match for this artifact. In terms of level and power, these two heaven-defying artifacts are equal, but the beast god's cultivation is stronger than ours. The most important thing is, my Bloodblade is the same as your ancient castle and Chang Shui, a part of its power has been sealed. Mu Tianyang said. Sealed. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and frowned. That's not right, since it's sealed, why can it still activate the law of time? Qin Feiyang said. Mu Tianyang rolled his eyes at him and said, can't your ancient castle and Chang Shui also activate the law of time? That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. Chang Shui's law of time was space travel. The ancient castle's law of time was time stop. Mu Tianyang said, if there is no seal on a heaven-defying artifact like the Bloodblade, it is no exaggeration to say that it is enough to destroy a great world. So terrifying? Qin Feiyang was taken aback and asked, what about the ancestors' heaven-defying artifact? It also has a seal. But looking at the aura it is emitting now, it seems that the seal has weakened a lot. In other words, even the Bloodblade may not be able to defeat it. Mu Tianyang said. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, artifact spirit, is this the reason why you stopped me from entering the island? It's only one aspect. The artifact spirit replied. If it's only one aspect, then what's the other aspect? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The artifact spirit did not answer and said, if you really believe me, listen to me and withdraw immediately. Withdraw? Qin Feiyang murmured. He looked at the scorching sun in the sky and said, my ancestors' heaven-defying divine weapons are all here. Do you think I will still withdraw? If you really care about me, then come out and help me. You're really stubborn. The artifact spirit said angrily. I don't care if I'm stubborn or stupid. Today, I must see the beast deity and ask him for an explanation. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and turned to look at Mu Tianyang. He said, the Grey Castle won't help. It's up to you now. Who? Mu Tianyang took a deep breath. Clang. The Bloodblade appeared again. I've never seen such a cowardly heaven-defying divine artifact. The Bloodblade's artifact spirit roared angrily. Clearly, it was talking about the Grey Castle. Following closely, the bloody blade trembled, and bloody light surged, turning into a sea of blood. It smashed towards the surging flames, and in an instant, they collided. Rumble. A world-destroying aura was suddenly born, and it surged out in all directions. But whether it was the bloody light or the flames, they did not dissipate. The two madly collided in the void, deadlocked. From the current situation, we should be able to hold on for a while. Let's go to the center of the island and find the beast deity. Mu Tianyang said. What about the blood blade? Qin Feiyang asked. When the time comes, it will come to us. Don't waste time, let's go. Mu Tianyang shouted. Qin Feiyang nodded. Whoosh. The three of them suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew towards the center of the island. Sure enough, they're a few troublesome little guys. However, if you want to get close to this place, it's not enough with just this method. In the valley, the young man looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two in the image, and the corner of his mouth pursed into a playful smile. Roar. Outside the sea. Roars could be heard all of a sudden. Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. When they looked in the direction of the sound, their faces suddenly changed. Huge sea beasts roared and rushed out of the sea one after another. This is really going to be a big mess. Huoyi's face was pale. At a glance, there was no end to the sea. It was difficult to count how many sea beasts there were in the sky at this moment. Their terrifying power roared in all directions. There were beginner paragon gods. There were beginner paragon gods. There were even perfected paragon gods and perfected paragon gods. How shocking this was. One had to know that not long ago, just those beginner paragon god sea beasts had almost killed Qin Feiyang. And now, there were even perfected paragon god sea beasts. How were they going to fight them? There was no hope of winning at all. Huoyi swallowed and said with difficulty, not only did they revive the heaven-defying divine artifact, but they also summoned so many powerful sea beasts. Brother Qin, why don't we retreat first? If you want to retreat, then retreat. Qin Feiyang said. After all, the current situation had developed to a point where it was out of control. He couldn't force Huoyi and Mu Tianyang to continue taking risks with him. Qin Baishan's divine artifact is here. I won't retreat. Mu Tianyang said. Don't be stupid. Bloodblade is restrained by the divine artifact in the sky. Grey Castle doesn't plan to make a move at all. With the strength of the three of us, how can we fight those sea beasts? Brother Qin, even if you activate the slaughter zone now, it's too late. Huoyi said angrily. Roar. As soon as he finished speaking, a 1,000-foot-long sea elephant suddenly roared. Immediately, the sea beasts in the sky turned into a torrent and rushed toward Qin Feiyang and the others. And that sea elephant was a perfected paragon god sea beast. Huoyi urged, where there's life, there's hope. Don't hesitate anymore. Qin Feiyang glanced at the sea elephant, then at the sea beasts, and finally fixed his gaze on the center of the island. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. As long as the beast god was captured, the sea beasts would naturally not dare to act recklessly. But the beast god ruled over this area, so it was definitely stronger. How difficult would it be to capture it? Qin Feiyang hardened his heart and looked at Mu Tianyang and Huoyi. You two go to the castle first. I'll activate the slaughter zone. Previously, the tens of thousands of early-stage paragon god sea beasts had been killed by Bloodblade, their corpses sinking into the sea. As long as he could find these corpses and absorb their blood, it should be enough to solve his urgent problem. As long as he had enough strength, he could kill these sea beasts. Naturally, their blood would be inexhaustible. The power of the slaughter formula would naturally grow stronger and stronger. At that time, he wouldn't even need to fear a divine artifact, let alone a mere beast god. Will we make it in time? Mu Tianyang asked. It shouldn't be a problem. Qin Feiyang scanned the sea below. There was a lot of blood in the sea, and it could still be absorbed. All right then. Mu Tianyang nodded. Swish. At this time, the spirit appeared again, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said in a deep voice, Do you really want to do this? Don't you want to think about it again? The ancestors' divine artifact is here, how do you want me to think about it? Do I still have the mood to think about this? Qin Feiyang said angrily. All right. This venerable will accompany you in your madness. The spirit took a deep look at Qin Feiyang and sighed. Really? Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. Although you are very foolish, your persistence, as well as your feelings for Qin Batian, has moved this sovereign. What Bloodblade said actually makes sense. This venerable cannot lose face for a heaven-defying divine artifact. The spirit said. Hearing this, not only Qin Feiyang, Mu Tianyang and Huoyi were also overjoyed. With this guy's help, plus Bloodblade, there would definitely be no problem. Clang! The Grey Castle appeared, and the spirit rushed into the Grey Castle. Immediately, a monstrous demonic aura emerged. Let's go. Then the spirit roared and continued to rush toward the center of the island with Qin Feiyang and the other two. As for those sea beasts, they were killed by the Grey Castle before they could even get close. Their journey was unimpeded without any delay. Finally, the valley in the center of the island entered the line of sight of Qin Feiyang and the other two. You really know how to enjoy yourself. Looking at the peach blossoms everywhere and the fragrance of the valley, the three sneered. Look, there seems to be a courtyard there. Huoyi suddenly pointed to the center of the valley and exclaimed. Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang looked and saw a courtyard. And in the courtyard, there seemed to be two people standing there. The three were stunned. Wasn't this the nest of the beast god? How could there be humans here? Qin Feiyang said, Spirit, go to the center of the valley. The spirit responded and led the three straight to the center of the valley. It's a man and a woman. As they got closer, everything in the courtyard became clearer and clearer. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's body stiffened, his eyes firmly locked on the masked woman standing in the pavilion. Were his eyes playing tricks on him? How could the fire lotus be here? Mu Tianyang and Huoyi were also surprised. Almost at the same time, the three rubbed their eyes hard and looked at the pavilion again. Qin Feiyang's face was suddenly full of surprise. They were not playing tricks on him. They were not playing tricks on him. The masked woman was the fire lotus. What's going on? Why is the fire lotus on this island? And who is the man next to her? Mu Tianyang and Huoyi frowned. Qin Feiyang looked at the Grey Castle and said, Shouldn't you give me an explanation? You've already seen them, what's there to explain? You'll naturally understand later. The spirit said. Swish. After a few breaths, the Grey Castle landed outside the courtyard with Qin Feiyang and the other two. Qin Dage. Fire Lotus quickly ran out of the pavilion and ran towards Qin Feiyang. But suddenly, the young man blocked in front of Fire Lotus and said with a frown, Don't forget our agreement. Fire Lotus's delicate body stiffened and stopped. She looked up at Qin Feiyang and then lowered her head, as if she did not dare to look directly at Qin Feiyang's eyes. Agreement. Originally, Qin Feiyang was also filled with joy. However, when he saw the young man stopping Huolian and saying those words, he started to frown. Mu Tianyang and Huoyi also had a look of suspicion. Why did it seem like Fire Lotus was being threatened? Qin Feiyang, Mu Tianyang, Huoyi, you guys are quite capable. Even blocking like this couldn't stop you. The young man looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and laughed. Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. Listening to these words, the one secretly controlling the sea beasts was this person in front of them. Wait a minute. Wasn't only the beast god able to control these sea beasts? Huoyi looked at the young man and said, Brother Qin, Brother Mu, be careful. This person's aura is stronger than our Nine Heavens Palace's great elder. Qin Feiyang and Huoyi were startled and quickly looked at the young man carefully. They didn't know if they didn't look, but when they did, they were shocked. As Huoyi said, this person's aura was stronger than their great elder.